Lord of Mysteries, Mr. Witch and Miss Hunter by author Xian Dian Li. Chapter 251-275. Chapter 251 Miss Hunter is in a panic now. The brain of a man lion and the compound eyes of a hunting black spider. In a bar of the Esco family in Indo Port, Vianata, dressed in her pajamas, was staring blankly at the small box in front of her. Inside the box was a shriveled, pink, wrinkled object, and even through the stone-carved box, one could feel it radiating heat. It was a blessing for those unwilling to get out of bed in winter. If she hadn't been holding it, Vianata, who had drunk a bottle of Nippos yesterday, wouldn't know when she would have woken up. That was one of the main ingredients for the Hunter Pathway Sequence 6 Conspirer, the brain of a man-lion. I don't know when I'll get the other main ingredient. Muttering to herself for a long while, Vianata finally realized she was wasting time. No, if this continues, I'll get sick sooner or later. I need to go out and do something. Vianata clenched her fist and swung it forcefully, saying to herself with determination, let's go for a walk. Adele wasn't here, so Vianata was now the person in charge of the Esco family, and she had to maintain a dignified appearance when going out. Even if she didn't plan to take the family carriage this time, and only wanted to go out with Sophie, she still had to be somewhat careful. Vianata took down a loose, double-breasted long trench coat from the wall and put it on, smoothed out the wrinkles on her deerstalker hat and put it on, and finally wrapped herself tightly in a red plaid wool scarf. Then she left a note on her desk, telling the maid that she was going out, and then, using the hunter's agility, she arrived at Sophie's door without alarming anyone. Vianata gently knocked on the door. Sophie's criminal Beander potion was still being digested, so this slight sound should have made her aware. However, to Vianata's surprise, she stood at the door for 2 minutes, but there was no response from inside the room. Vianata instinctively felt something was wrong and quickly pulled out a master key from her pocket. Apartment buildings in the Fasak Empire often provided a master key that could open all rooms in that apartment building, but the keys for individual rooms were not interchangeable. It was said that the official who promoted this architectural reform was originally a manager who thought it was silly to carry a large bunch of keys every time he checked rooms, which led him to devise this method. Having received relevant higher education, Vianata would not casually use a master key to enter someone else's room. Of course, a night raid on Adele was another matter. Especially with Sophie, Vianata always felt that children should be given enough privacy. But now, due to the urgency of the situation, Vianata couldn't care less. Opening the door, Vianata found it empty. The bed was neatly made, and daily necessities were tidily arranged. Sophie had even opened the window to air out the room before leaving, and the picture book she had read last night was neatly placed on the desk. Annie took her out to play. Vianata thought, somewhat strangely. After all, from the tidy room, it didn't look like anything unexpected had happened. For confirmation, she knocked on the wall shared with Annie's room at the other end of the room. What's wrong, Sophie? Annie's voice quickly came through. Do you want me to read you a story? Sophie isn't with you, Vianata exclaimed. I thought you took her out to play. What? Soon, hurried footsteps thumped from the adjacent room, and then Annie appeared at Sophie's door in a pale green bathrobe. I've been in my room the whole time, and she didn't come looking for me. She went out by herself. Vianata's expression instantly froze on her face. She and Annie exchanged glances, then rushed down the stairs in unison. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Vianata's anxious heart was practically leaping out of her throat. To be honest, she wasn't too worried about Sophie being bullied by some villain, as she was also a Sequence 9 Beander skilled in combat, and the strength hidden beneath that small frame was more than enough to knock over an adult man. However, at this critical juncture, if Sophie's identity as a Devil Pathway Beander were exposed, she could very likely be linked by malicious individuals to the disaster in Backland, and then all of Adele's previous preparations would probably be for naught. If Adele found out Sophie had run off by herself, she would probably go crazy. Thinking of the expression Adele might have, Vianata couldn't help but shiver. Vianata rushed to the first floor, scanned her surroundings, and grabbed a waiter, asking directly. Have you seen Sophie, the little girl who's always with us? She just left an hour ago. She said you told her yesterday that she could go out and play today. Facing the aggressive new person in charge, the bar's waiter was clearly flustered, stammering his words. Vianata immediately noticed Annie's gaze fixed directly on her back, the meaning somewhere between, is that so? And, when did you say that? Nonsense, when did I say? Vianata, who had intended to deny it outright, looked embarrassed because she might actually have said that. Last night, when she was drinking alone and almost blacked out, Sophie seemed to have run over and asked her something, and at the time, she hadn't paid much attention and casually agreed. All right, stop talking nonsense, go find her quickly. Annie urged impatiently, find her first, then think about other things. Okay. Vianata nodded heavily. Jeremy, go to the backyard and gather all those family members who catch dogs and rats. I have something for them to do. Seeing Vianata's anxiousness, the bartender dared not delay and quickly ran to the backyard, 3 steps at a time. Accompanied by panicked shouts and the sound of tables and chairs being pulled, dozens of gang members in various outfits rushed out from behind the main door, forming a circle in front of Vianata. You all, now in pairs, go to various places around to find Sophie. Once you find her, one person stays with her, and the other immediately returns to find Annie, so she can pick Sophie up and bring her back. Scanning the gang members standing around, Vianata continued, during this time, I will also go look around. You must find Sophie and ensure her safety, otherwise I will. Vianata waved her palm, making a very rude gesture. Now, get moving immediately, don't dilly-dally. After the gang members dispersed, Vianata said to Annie, you stay here and wait for someone to report back to you, or for her to come back when she's done playing. I'm going out now. After a moment of hesitation, she added, no need to telegraph Adele about this. She probably has nowhere to go anyway. Chapter 252, Sophie's Grand Adventure. Just as Vianata was gathering gang members in the bar to look for Sophie, the little girl was walking on the streets of Indo-Port. Regardless of whether Vianata's words were drunken ramblings or had any actual effect, Sophie, who had finally obtained permission to go out, walked aimlessly on the street, observing the various pedestrians. Sister Chesha, why did you suddenly want to come out for a stroll this time? Sophie hid the lower half of her face in a scarf Adele had knitted when she was bored and practicing, discreetly communicating with Chesha. The scarf was originally a gift from Adele to Vianata, but Vianata subconsciously said, it's so ugly, and Adele, in a fit of pique, changed her mind. Nothing much. I haven't understood your human society for too long, and I need to catch up. Chesha answered very naturally, without the slightest sense of shame from her weakened abilities. When I was an angel before, I naturally didn't need to understand the rules of you low-sequence beings, but it's different now. The criminal pathway and the prisoner pathway of the indulgence faction are somewhat similar, but not entirely. These two pathways, also known as adjacent pathways, have a certain complementary relationship among Beyonders. Of course, due to the influence of the mother tree of desire, the prisoner pathway also contains the complementary indulgence faction and temperance faction. Chesha explained the relevant knowledge to Sophie in her mind while urging Sophie to go to the next stall. However, unlike the brainless fools of the indulgence faction, both the criminal pathway and the temperance faction of the prisoner pathway require a clear mind and the crucial step of intelligence gathering. The acting of sequence 9 feet criminal requires a detailed plan and premeditated crimes. Including violent elements is the best choice. Therefore, most criminal actors choose home invasion and robbery. Although the risk is relatively high, as long as the bodies are handled properly, the acting progress will greatly increase. Why does home invasion and robbery require creating bodies as a prerequisite? Sophie looked shocked and disgusted. I don't want to. You don't want to what? Chesha interrupted her. Ask yourself again, do you really not want to? Sophie fell silent. When you shot at the hooligans harassing that little boy a few days ago, did you really not think that shot might have killed them directly? Chesha's voice echoed directly in her mind, yet Sophie still instinctively wanted to cover her ears. You need to grow up, Sophie. Chesha said helplessly, to be honest, I'm also very helpless choosing a host like you. A child's body is inconvenient for everything. But compared to your body, your mind is what worries me the most. I don't want to take over a mess on the verge of losing control in the future. Although they never told you, you shouldn't really think that your two mothers are from an industrialist background, right? Beyonders from the two Calamity families. I truly look forward to what that hunter pathway will be like at Sequence 4. Can we not talk about this today? Sophie whispered, somewhat painfully, I feel like my mind is so jumbled. Quote. All right, but you have to pay attention. The mental imprint left by that devil in your body is quite strong. Even if you don't want to kill, if you can't advance to sequence 8 within 2 months, you will be at risk of losing control. Cheshire sighed. Okay, I want to eat that. Let's go over there. Quote. Oh, it's something I haven't seen before. Looking at the combination of pillow bread with ham and cheese, creamy salmon soup, and pan-fried fish with mashed potatoes displayed on the long wooden table, Cheshire exclaimed in admiration. And compared to the currency used in Constant before, the currency system here is relatively simple and easy to understand. Spreading her fingers, Cheshire looked at the few gobies that Sophie had been clutching in her fist and sighed. Ever since Cheshire handed over the Beander characteristics to Wendy for sale, Miss Wendy, who was terrified, didn't dare to spend a single cent more. Apart from a few hundred horns in gold coins that were directly handed to Cheshire, all the other money was deposited into a new account she opened herself, as instructed by Cheshire, obediently putting the money in. One thing I'm very curious about is, when exactly did you wake up? Sophie asked curiously. Probably when you were still in a coma, and that demigod-level demoness sent you out of Backland. Cheshire answered indifferently, you probably don't remember much about that time, but because of that demoness, I didn't dare to make any moves. It wasn't until we arrived in Fosac, and my danger premonition no longer warned me, that I actively appeared in your consciousness. But then, why were you so surprised by these dishes? Sophie looked puzzled. Although they are somewhat different from Lowen's cuisine, they are essentially similar things. Cheshire fell silent, and after a while, she said, after all, I don't have the experience of working for the Storm Church like Mathafari. Since I have no believers on the northern continent, I can't get much news related to the northern continent. And I myself, to be honest, have never even set foot on the northern continent. Everything here is new to me. Although I've learned a lot through your memories, it's still inevitable to be surprised. So that's how it is. Sophie nodded. Do you have any other plans later? To the hidden underground market here, which the Esco family hasn't discovered. Cheshire communicated with Sophie while using her fork to pick up a piece of pan-fried fish, golden on both sides, and put it in her mouth. Do you remember Sonia Moreland, the suspected astrologer we visited last time? Cheshire asked. At that time, that hunter didn't let you investigate nearby, which clearly means she herself discovered something and was deliberately avoiding it. There were messy footprints on the snow in front of the door, the number of which was completely different from the usual state of that divination house. Moreover, for an ordinary divination house, its underground space was too large. There are air defense facility wellheads nearby. It's easy for a mid-sequence Beander to open a passage to an abandoned air raid shelter. They should be gathering there, but it shouldn't involve Beander potions, only selling some conventional items with occult significance. I plan to go there to buy some Beander creature skins to make talismans and strengthen you a bit. For something like this, all you need to do is pray to my former self, and you'll get a response. Chapter 253, Astrologer and 1.54 meters. After breakfast, Sophie quickly arrived at the divination house she had visited with Vianata before. As Vianata had initially guessed, Sonia Moran was indeed hiding from the Esco family. A few weeks later, seemingly feeling that the coast was clear, the divination house resumed business. This house, like the common residences in Fosac, placed great importance on the sense of internal space. Although it didn't look particularly large from the outside, the owner's addition of skylights and a dome made the interior space of the entire house appear much more expansive. It was noon, and the room was filled with sunlight. There were tables and chairs, adorned with newspapers, magazines, and playing cards, and the scent of herbs and essential oils permeated the air. Be careful, don't walk between those bookshelves over there. Cheshire's voice echoed in Sophie's mind. The arrangements there all possess certain mystical significance, forming a triggered ritual or a. While its purpose is likely just to alert the owner that someone has entered the shop, I don't recommend you try it yourself. Sophie looked in the direction Cheshire indicated, but only saw crystal balls, small ivory figurines, and black and white stone chess pieces haphazardly placed on the bookshelves. Can't tell. That's normal. Seeing Sophie's confusion, Cheshire continued to explain, beyond the sequence, the methods of using Beyonder powers were countless in our era. Not only devils, but Beyonders of the 22 pathways, such as seers, demonesses, astrologers, cryptologists, mystery priors, too many of them would use ritual magic and various spells to assist themselves in combat. As far as I know, the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom should have recorded many similar ritual magic spells, and the composition of these magic rituals is much more complex than you might imagine. This kind of ritual using objects is considered very low level. Truly complex ritual magic even requires different states of different people as part of the ritual. Sophie cautiously walked through the shadows of the tall bookshelves under Chesh's guidance, while curiously asking, "So, you mean Miss Sonia is a member of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom?" Not necessarily. The Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom does indeed possess many ritual magic spells, but this particular magic, from its composition, seems relatively simple and not something exclusive to the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Chesha denied, but then she thought for a moment and added, "However, your guess also makes sense. We can't be sure of her attitude towards the demoness sect right now, so don't mention your relationship with Adele yet. Someone is about to come out. I'll speak to her." Seemingly sensing something, Chesha took over control of the body, pulling the scarf up to cover half of her face. A child's body isn't very suitable for such things. For now, let's pretend to be a relatively short adult woman. Fortunately, your height isn't particularly short, it'll have to do. When we were in East Borough, Adele's mother would have me take home the leftover milk, so I'm relatively tall for my age, Sophie said with a touch of pride. To be proud of such a thing, she's still just a child. Chesha sighed, and as the wooden door at the end of the room was about to open, she casually asked one last question. "By the way, you'll be 15 in a few months, right? How tall are you exactly now?" 1.54 meters, I guess. Inside a tavern in Trier, Zio Derecha suddenly felt a chill and couldn't help but sneeze. Why do I feel like someone was just talking bad about me? Could Furs really be alright? May Mr. Fool bless her. Rubbing her nose, Zio shifted her body towards the center of the high stool and rapped hard on the wooden counter. Zio didn't actually like to drink, but if she wanted to gather information, there was no better place than a bar. The bartender, dressed in a white shirt and black vest, quickly turned around and asked politely with that slightly upward inflected accent unique to Intis people. "Madam, what would you like to drink?" Even though I've been investigating here for a long time, these Intis gentlemen who speak like they're singing are still hard to reject, Zio mused, and instinctively said to him, "A glass of, half and half." Since working for Military Intelligence Section 9, and constantly attending various meetings, her drinking capacity had improved significantly. At least she wouldn't start acting crazy after just a few low-alcohol drinks, trying to persuade everyone else present to quit drinking with her fists, like before. "I'm sorry, we don't serve low-alcohol drinks here." However, the bartender politely rejected Zio, while pointing to a sign nearby that read, "Hard liquor only." "Oh, then just give me any drink with a slightly lower alcohol content." Zio was a bit embarrassed but still reacted. In her perception, most of the Beyonders in the bar were mid-sequence, which was rare even in a large city like Trier. "I apologize, I wasn't very clear just now. To be precise, it should be, we don't sell low-alcohol drinks to low-end spies like you." However, the bartender's smile suddenly turned cold. In Zio's spiritual perception, his image rapidly magnified, making her hair stand on end. As a demigod of the Justiciar pathway, she was originally extremely sensitive to Beyonder powers. But just now, the bartender in front of her had felt like only a low-sequence Beyonder, yet now, he felt like an absolute demigod. The bartender's body instantly took on a layer of silvery white metallic gleam, and then, before Zio could react, a crimson stream of fire erupted behind him, propelling the demigod's metallic body like a cannonball towards Zio. If Zio were still at the level she was when she first advanced to demigod, she would have undoubtedly died facing this sudden attack. However, her deep investigation into Intis during this period had led to significant progress in her combat experience. Just as the metallic figure propelled by flames was about to collide with Zio's body, two lightning-like flashes lit up in Zio's eyes. Then, she violently swung her arm, shaking and flicking it, and shouted in ancient Hermes. "Banishment." Mental Pierce plus Banishment, although not a very high-level ability, its power was still astonishing at the rank of a Justiciar demigod. The burning metal paused for a moment just before hitting Zio, and was directly blown away by the banishment. The bartender slammed into the tavern wall, and immediately, terrifying, chisel-like marks appeared on the impact surface. Subsequently, the entire building collapsed with a roar. Chapter 254, Prey and Hunter. Several dozen minutes later, outside the tavern, which had been completely reduced to rubble, a group of police officers were hastily surrounding the scene to prevent the fire from spreading to the surrounding houses. Next to the collapsed building, the black-vested bartender with a neat little mustache was talking to a person wearing a coffee-colored trench coat and a deerstalker hat. Behind them were the blazing remnants of the building. It seemed the black-vested bartender had accidentally ignited the gas in the pipeline during the fight, causing an explosion. We paid a considerable price this time, risking the exposure of the entire plan and even delivering some genuine intelligence right to that fellow's eyes, just to lure this spy out. Yet now you tell me you let her escape. I told you long ago, that person isn't easy to handle, the man in the coffee-colored trench coat said grimly, simultaneously simulating the ocean songster's ability to control water to extinguish the flames behind him. Why did you act alone? If I waited for you to slowly finish setting up your trap, she would have already fled. The black-vested bartender retorted without showing any weakness, making it impossible to tell that he was the one who had just let a lone spy, suspected to be a demigod, escape. You don't have the characteristic of an iron-blooded knight to distribute your Beander abilities to others. It would have been impossible to succeed with an ambush. Yegor, the mouths of you hunters are harder than those damned baguettes at Salenzuo restaurant. Seeing Yegor's unrepentant attitude, the man in the trench coat gritted his teeth in anger. Wasn't I returning to the church to fetch the corresponding sealed artifact? When facing prey you're not confident in taking down, waiting for the right moment to switch weapons is what a smart person does. Then it seems you're still not smart enough, Dirk. Yegor glanced at him sidelong. Because if you were smart enough, you would have directly retrieved a tracking sealed artifact to help me pursue that person, instead of taking a sealed artifact that hides existence and standing here doing nothing, only wasting my hunting time. Having rendered the demigod of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom momentarily speechless with anger, Yegor Einhorn contentedly stroked his mustache, using the action to conceal the discomfort caused by the damage transmitted from his subordinates. As a sequence 4 inches iron-blooded knight, of the hunter pathway, he possessed courage comparable to steel. He could not only manipulate various types of flames but also turn himself into steel. Even the most ordinary objects could be transformed into terrifying murder weapons under the enhancement of his characteristic. Most importantly, he could establish a hidden connection with the army, concentrating the power of an entire fleet upon himself and distributing damage, or sharing the vision of his members. Conversely, he could also disperse his own strength to every member of the team, reducing his main body's sense of presence. He had just used this ability, first dispersing his power to evade Zio's detection, and then, the instant Zio was stunned, allowing the power to flow back, launching a sneak attack at almost zero range. However, Zio's reaction speed was faster than he anticipated. Although he, having transformed his body into a weapon, managed to cut Zio immediately, the next second he was directly blown away by an interrogator's mental spike combined with an imperative mage's banishment. The subsequent fighting was not so pleasant. As Fosak's former fleet commander, replaced due to poor command, Yegor Einhorn had engaged Lowen Kingdom's ironclad ships several times at sea and had encountered a Justiciar demigod from the Lowen Kingdom. But back then, he had thought those people were merely relying on the advantage of the ironclad ship to maximize their restrictive abilities, and might not be his match in a one-on-one fight. However, during the recent fight, that petite female demigod displayed astonishing tenacity, calmly neutralizing several waves of his inevitable attacks. Her perfectly timed prohibitions made him feel miserable every time, as if he had swallowed a fly. She skirmished with him for about 3 minutes before making her escape right before the mysticism magister, Dirk, finally arrived. Moreover, she was actually indifferent to my taunts. She clearly looked like a child who would get worked up after a couple of insults, but who knew this person would just run when she decided to. Yegor glanced at the prophet, Dirk, who was standing nearby, nearly having a heart attack, and recalled his taunts with some confusion, seemingly doubting whether he had forgotten to use his ability. He did not know that the method to infuriate that female demigod was actually not that complicated. As for the sarcastic remarks he made during the brief battle, Zio had long since grown used to hearing them. However, she was indeed wounded by me, and she doesn't possess the ability of spirit world traversal, so she can't leave quickly. If I can't track the target even with the prey's blood, then I don't deserve to be a hunter demigod. Yegor thought to himself, ignoring Dirk beside him, stomped heavily on the ground, and transformed into a rapidly flying fiery spear, chasing into the distance and causing a wave of startled cries on the ground. That guy, couldn't he at least consider the problem of being seen by ordinary people? A Beander from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom walked onto the scene from the outside, saying angrily to Dirk, "This is why I don't like dealing with those hunters." Although he was only a sequence 5 inches mysticism magister, he wielded a powerful sequence 1 sealed artifact, which made him an archbishop of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, placing him on the same level as Dirk, allowing him to speak without reservation. Although I was specifically instructed before we set out not to get angry with these people, saying it is one thing, and doing it is another. Dirk sighed, but then changed the subject. Fortunately, though, these annoying people will soon be greatly reduced. Praise the incarnation of knowledge. The Archbishop of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom nodded knowingly and performed the common courtesy of a knowledge church believer. His will shall be carried out, Dirk said solemnly, and instead of chasing after the direction Yegor had left, he calmly stayed put to extinguish the fire. The leaping flames stretched his shadow long, making it look hideous and terrifying. At the same time, Trier issued a curfew order, and the official Beyonders in various districts also took action, searching house to house for the lone spy. Meanwhile, in New City of Silver in Byam, a secret shipyard repairing a ghost ship, a secret stronghold of the Moses Ascetic Order, a church camp on the southern continent, a rural hotel near Constant City, and the bathroom aboard the Honeysuckle Empress vessel, the members of the Tarot Club received the information transmitted by misjudgment almost simultaneously. The Iron and Blood Cross Order and the Knowledge Church have reached an agreement regarding a certain matter, which is highly likely to involve a sequence 1 characteristic and the mysterious 001. Chapter 255, Tracy again. The Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom and the Iron and Blood Cross Order are working together. Adele, who was taking a bath, frowned, finding this quite puzzling. According to Miss Audrey's account, the Iron and Blood Cross Order is a secret organization that believes in the true creator, only slightly more rational than the Aurora Order. Although that slight bit of rationality made their reputation relatively better, it only reached the point where there was no need to immediately engage in combat upon meeting. What kind of bargaining chip did such an organization offer to make the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom lower itself and cooperate with them? Did they possess something the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom desired? I don't understand. Adele shook her head, no longer dwelling on such matters. After all, I am only a minor sequence 6, with influence only in the Intersea area. Whether it's assisting misjudgment or investigating the Knowledge Church, none of it concerns me. Adele, who was very clear about her own standing, laughed self-deprecatingly and put the matter out of her mind. When the demonesses had all returned to their respective rooms to bathe, Adele pulled open a drawer and took out the dream-stealing talisman that Miss Hall had left for her. Picking one talisman from the stack, Adele slowly injected spirituality into it while softly chanting in dragon language. Forget. As she recited the incantation, she repeatedly recalled the scenes related to the Tarot Club in her mind. Subsequently, those scenes gradually faded from her memory, finally disappearing from her mind, and the gaps in her memory slowly closed up. After about 30 seconds, Adele tried to recall similar things again, but she couldn't remember what she had intended to recall. Miss Audrey's talisman is truly powerful, items produced by a demigod are guaranteed. Adele sighed secretly in her heart. A handful of high-level talismans personally made by a demigod. This made Adele once again lament how generous Miss Justice was. If these talismans were sold through certain channels later on, the money earned would be equivalent to at least one main material for a sequence 6. If she weren't likely to face a high-ranking member of the demoness sect soon, Adele would truly be reluctant to use them. Adele looked out the window. Wendy was directing the sailors to cut up the remains of the Auburnus sea monster. Her experience in the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom and the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery had given her some understanding of how to process this type of sea monster, allowing her to fully utilize the enormous pile of sea beast corpses before her. Although she doesn't read the room well, as a technical professional, her expertise is solid. Having such an all-rounder on the ship is quite important. At least I wouldn't know which parts of that monster are Beander materials, or what materials to use for preservation to avoid damage. Watching Wendy direct the sailors to use long-handled forks to gouge out the obernous sea monster's huge compound eyes, Adele let out a long breath and retracted her gaze. At this moment, a sailor's voice came from the doorway. "Captain, Miss Wendy said she has something she needs to ask your opinion on. Come in, but don't look towards the bathroom, or I'll gouge out your eyes just like that monster's." Adele nodded, giving a measured warning. Currently in the bathroom were the mother and daughter, Layla and Natalie. As witches who valued cleanliness, they naturally couldn't tolerate being stained by the foul-smelling blood, and they immediately entered the bathroom after Adele left. "Understood, Captain," the sailor quickly promised, and only then stepped into the room. "Captain, Miss Wendy asked me to ask you what should be done with the remaining corpse of the obernous sea monster after the special parts have been removed. Should we just throw it away?" The sailor tried hard to restrain his eyes from looking towards the bathroom in the corner, but the way he desperately strained his ears to listen to the sounds of Natalie and her mother playing made Adele truly exasperated. Ahem. Adele cleared her throat loudly, which finally made the other person shift his attention back to her. "You need to come and ask me about such a small matter. Wasn't this ship a whaling vessel before?" Although much of the equipment for rendering whale oil was dismantled, a considerable portion of the compartments for handling similar matters was retained. After confirming that all abnormalities on the sea monster's corpse have been dealt with, cut a portion of its meat to bring aboard, and refine the rest into oil or process it into oil residue and similar products. Yes, Captain." Prompted by Adele, the sailor realized his lapse in behavior, quickly nodded in fear, and agreed, "I will go and inform Miss Wendy now and have her start the boiler." At this moment, Natalie and Layla opened the bathroom door, emerging with wet hair, wearing loose bathrobes and wrapped in towels. Just then, a second sailor rushed in from outside and said to Adele, "Captain, a small boat has been spotted on the sea surface, heading in our direction. The opponent, their boat is flying a white bone black flag, the standard of the Maiden of Disease. They arrived so quickly." Adele frowned. "Put the monster business aside for now. Come with me to welcome Vice Admiral of Disease." Naturally, the last sentence was directed at Natalie and Layla. Soon, the small boat approached a spot not far from the Honeysuckle Queen. It was a long sampan with a small cabin built in the middle, imitating a barge. Space was left behind the cabin for one person to steer and haul the sail ropes. There was also an area in front of the cabin where one or two people could raise or lower the sail. Currently, an armed pirate stood both in front of and behind the cabin, manipulating the sail ropes, causing the small boat to gradually approach the anchored Honeysuckle Queen. When the small boat was still dozens of meters away from the Honeysuckle Queen, a woman dressed in a pristine white robe emerged from the cabin, lifted Tracy, and flew directly onto the deck of the ironclad ship. Her neck was long and fair, and her ears were small and delicate. Her demeanor was sacred and dignified, untouched by a speck of dust, and her appearance was radiant and dazzling, instantly catching the eye. Her pure white, simple long robe and loosely tied up hair added a fused sense of restraint and languidness to her temperament. Compared to her, even Vice Admiral of Disease Tracy, famous for her beauty on the sea, seemed somewhat overshadowed. Facing this lady, the crew members on the Honeysuckle Queen instantly stopped their work, even feeling the urge to worship her. "Adele, this is the person I told you about, my mother, the Saintess of White, Katerina Pell." After landing on the deck, Tracy introduced her to Adele. "Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description." Chapter 256, The Demoness Sect's Test. Hearing Tracy's introduction, Adele quickly stepped forward and bowed to Katerina. "It is my honor to meet you, Madam Katerina. No need to be so polite, little one." Katerina nodded kindly, strange colors flashing in her eyes. "Did Gegran not come with you?" "No, I haven't contacted her since leaving Backland," Adele replied truthfully. In that case, did she not help you perform the ritual when you advanced to Demoness? A smile of unknown meaning flashed across Katerina's face, and the multicolored, strange light in her eyes intensified. After confirming that Tracy had not told Adele about the hostile relationship between the Demoness sect and Gegran, Katerina immediately began testing her upon meeting Adele. At her level, seeing through a sequence 7's lie was effortless. Before coming over, she had already solidified a similar spell on her eyes. If Adele lied, she would immediately be able to discern the change in her spiritual body's state. At that point, she would simply subdue this fellow, seize the ship, and head to the Abyss Whirlpool with Tracy. However, just as Katerina's plan was halfway complete, she heard Adele's confused voice from across the way. Ritual? What ritual? You didn't use a ritual to assist you when advancing to Demoness. Did Gegran not give you the formula? Katerina was somewhat surprised, because in her field of vision just now, Adele's spiritual body state was unusually stable, without any fluctuations. No, the formula was a reward for an assassination, Adele replied, her expression still normal. Is something wrong? Audrey's charm erased her memories related to the members of the Tarot Club and repaired the resulting void. This caused the original memory of the Essence faction's ritual for advancing to Demoness to be directly erased because of the involvement of Mr. Fool. Katerina opened her mouth but didn't speak. After a while, she swallowed the question and instead said, "No, nothing. Just assume I was overly suspicious. Please follow me, I will arrange rooms for you." Adele led Katerina and Tracy toward the cabins. I only recently acquired this ship and haven't had time to make any modifications. It certainly won't be as comfortable as my older sister's Black Death. I hope Aunt Katerina doesn't mind. Captain, the rooms for the two ladies have been prepared. Wagner trotted over to Adele and respectfully saluted the three of them. This is my chief sailor, Wagner. I gave him the assassin potion. Adele gave a brief introduction, then waved her hand. Thank you for your hard work. For the next 2 days, please share a room with the first mate and the others. I hadn't expected you to arrive so quickly, I was planning to tidy up your rooms tomorrow. Adele touched her cheek awkwardly. This cabin is the best equipped room on the ship besides the captain's cabin. Please rest for a while, eat something on the ship, and then we will head to the Abyss Whirlpool. Can't we go straight there? Tracy seemed a bit anxious. My crew is still over there, and if I am away for too long, accidents might happen. As one of the pirate generals who rose to fame relatively late, many of her subordinates were forcibly controlled by her charm abilities, similar to most of the rebellious sailors aboard the Honeysuckle Empress. If the Vice Admiral of Disease or Adele were to leave their ships for a short time, those sailors and pirates might not do anything, but if they failed to return to the ship for too long, the pirates' malicious thoughts could easily escalate to an uncontrollable situation. Don't worry, the Honeysuckle Empress has a maximum stable cruising speed of 26 knots. Even if we take a detour to avoid the Black Death's line of sight for secrecy, we can reach the location you mentioned within 2 days at the latest. Adele reassured Tracy. Once the sailors finish processing the Auburnus sea monster's corpse, we will depart. Just now, she learned from Tracy and Katerina the location where their fleet previously entered the Abyss Whirlpool, and it was not far from the Honeysuckle Empress's current position. I didn't expect you would actually be able to kill this sea monster. Katerina pushed open the door to her room, glanced out the window at the purplish-red, iceberg-like corpse of the sea monster beside the ship, and said in surprise, I thought a group of demonesses who haven't reached Sequence 5 would, at most, be able to drive it away. It seems this ship is sturdier than I imagined. The Auburnus sea monster is actually very powerful at sea. For ships still relying on mixed sail and steam power, its tentacles and the waves it stirred up would be fatal to wooden hulls. The strength contained within its massive body is astonishing, and once a Beyonder aboard the ship falls into the water, even a true Sequence 5 would struggle to be a match for this monster. However, there is a reason why the ironclad ship was hailed as a groundbreaking invention by the Loan Kingdom. Its sturdy, steel-cast hull is impervious to both the sea monster's tentacles and the waves at sea. Its maximum speed of nearly 30 knots leaves all monsters far behind. This type of vessel, with its excellent mobility, extreme range, and powerful firepower, will be the protagonist of naval warfare for a long time to come. Coupled with the mid-sequence Beyonders aboard, killing a sea monster is not difficult. Just briefly process the Beyonder materials from that sea monster, and throw the rest of the body into the sea, Tracy insisted. Don't stay here dealing with the sea monster's corpse, we need to prepare to leave now. I will compensate you for any losses based on market price. All right then. Seeing Tracy's firm attitude, Adele stopped insisting, signaling the sailors not to start the boiler again, to cut down 2 pieces of sea monster meat for tasting, and to weigh anchor and set sail half an hour later. Listening to the footsteps outside the boiler room gradually fade away, Britain, who was already grasping to 1721, let out a long sigh of relief. Britain, hiding inside the furnace door, had originally prepared to risk being discovered by Katerina, manipulating spiritual bodies to control everyone present and find a new hiding spot, but he didn't expect the sailor who came to fire the oil furnace to be called away by a companion halfway through, and then leave the boiler room. What's going on? Did these guys discover me? Britain was somewhat surprised and was hesitating whether to leave when a strange female voice suddenly appeared in his mind. He then discovered, to his horror, that his body was once again out of his control. They haven't discovered me yet. Just stay put here honestly and don't move. The voice was mature and sweet, carrying a strong sense of charm. If my older sister finds you, you might end up being ruined, you know. Chapter 257, The Legend of the Fountain of Youth. The changes happening to Britain in the hold were clearly not noticed by the demonesses on the upper deck. After dumping the corpse of the Auburnus sea monster, Adele ordered the Honeysuckle Empress to correct its course. The Honeysuckle Empress is currently traveling at 24 knots and is expected to reach the location you marked in a day and a half. Adele glanced at the nautical chart and made a rough estimate based on the method Wendy had taught her. Before then, the 2 of you are free to move around the ship. After we disembark, I will modify the sailors' perceptions to ensure they won't leak any secrets. Adele assured Tracy and Katerina, and then seemed to remember something. My head chef will try cooking the monster meat we just cut off later. If you're interested, you can come to the restaurant. The sailors are separate from us, so you don't need to worry about that. During this time, Adele had Wendy install a metal frame in the originally completely transparent hall, covering it with heavy velvet curtains to provide the ladies on board with a relatively private dining space. That's best. Then we'll trouble you. Katerina displayed her trademark gentle smile, making it hard to believe that the very person who had repeatedly probed and who had recently told Tracy that killing Adele wouldn't matter, was the semi-divine level demoness standing before them. Inside the restaurant, within the space cordoned off by black velvet. When Adele told Wendy to go ahead, Wendy simply sectioned off a small private room containing a long table secured to the floor with corner irons. Besides the 4 corners being secured, the center of the long table had a trapezoidal groove filled with glowing charcoal. Originally, the food should have been prepared by the chefs and then brought in, but considering that the topic of discussion was not suitable for outsiders to hear, and no one was allowed in after the wall of spirituality was set up, Adele decided to cook it herself. Anyway, those chefs were probably cooking the meat of a Sequence 5 monster like the Auburnus sea monster for the first time. Thinking this way, perhaps it didn't matter who cooked it. While thinking, Adele brushed a sauce made of fennel, nutmeg, sea salt, and pepper onto the sizzling, oily chunks of Auburnus sea monster tentacle meat resting over the flames. The end of the tentacle cut off by the sailors of the Honeysuckle Empress was 5 or 6 meters long and nearly 2 meters in diameter, with suckers almost the size of washbasins. Therefore, Adele had the chefs portion the tentacle into small pieces ahead of time, and when grilling, the full appearance of the tentacle was completely unrecognizable. This banquet was essentially a welcoming dinner for Vice Admiral of Disease Tracy and Saintess of White Katerina Pell, and Adele, as the host, took it quite seriously. For this, she not only prepared Auburnus sea monster tentacle meat but also blanched conch slices, boiled scampi, and fried bone-in steak. A rarity at sea and also. Ahahaha, the chicken soup is here. Wendy hurried in carrying a casserole pot of milky white chicken soup and placed it on the table. This was a common Fosak cooking method, where glutinous rice and ginseng are stuffed inside a whole chicken and simmered over low heat. Unlike other Fosak foods, this dish was very light, but the chicken was stewed so tenderly that a gentle prod with a fork was enough to make the meat fall off the bone. Tracy made room for her, and then added a wall of spirituality to the small room. All the dishes are here, why aren't you eating? Seeing that the demonesses hadn't started eating, Wendy urged them on curiously. Only then did she realize that the 7 ladies sitting at the same table as her were all demonesses. This is the first time I've seen so many Beyonders of the same sequence. I've truly stumbled into a demoness den this time. Wendy couldn't help but mutter internally, but fortunately, the demonesses quickly responded to her call and began taking food. At the same time, Adele breathed a sigh of relief internally. Although Miss Wendy sometimes doesn't read the room well, her comment this time was truly timely. If it were up to me to speak, I wouldn't have known what to say. Perhaps this is what it feels like to be too close to the situation. Thinking this, Adele distributed the grilled Auburn sea monster meat to those around her. Unlike the monster's appearance, its meat did not taste like cuttlefish, presenting different textures depending on the cut. Adele saved a piece of roast meat from the base of the tentacle for herself. It was chewy, tender, and juicy, falling somewhere between beef shank and lamb. I wouldn't have guessed. Your cooking skills are quite good. Tracy took a conch and elegantly sucked out the juice and meat. Although she wasn't actively using her power of charm, in Adele's eyes, her simple act of eating contained abundant sexual suggestion. As expected of a demoness who has reached the middle sequence, charm has almost become instinct. Adele swallowed, maintaining her composure as much as possible, and nodded reservedly. I practiced for a while before, in order to approach targets. Adele casually dismissed the question, and both women wisely chose not to dwell on each other's past. What exactly is the situation with the Fountain of Youth this time? Can you tell me about it in detail now? Adele picked up the cup on the table, took a sip of Sunny blood wine, and asked Tracy. Tracy did not rush to answer, but frowned in thought, seemingly debating where to start the story. Before that, how much do you know about the Fountain of Youth? Is she testing me? Adele dared not be negligent and immediately began racking her memory. I only know that it is one of the most famous treasure legends at sea. It is said that the undying King Agorito drank its water, but I tend to believe this is a rumor fabricated by Agorito. Why do you say that? Tracy and Katerina exchanged glances and asked curiously. Their curiosity contained many unspoken things, though Adele was unaware of them. I've heard descriptions of Agorito and seen his wanted posters, Adele said matter-of-factly. He looks like a middle-aged man who has been dead for a long time, only temporarily, undying, due to some kind of power. That is different from agelessness. Furthermore, if the Fountain of Youth could truly allow someone to reach Agorito's level, the Church's attitude toward him would certainly not be what it is now. They would definitely send out saints or even the Pope to eliminate him and the Fountain of Youth together. Adele paused, then summarized. In short, that Fountain of Youth was either consumed entirely by Agorito as a potion, or it doesn't exist at all, rather than having similar rumors pop up every so often like it does now. Chapter 258, The Betrayer Gegran. You are more rational than I imagined. Katerina nodded. The news about the Fountain of Youth, released by Agorito, was indeed a hoax. He was preparing for his advancement to demon, spreading similar rumors to lure adventurers out to sea, and then ambushing and killing them. She took a sip of Sunny blood wine and said leisurely. However, the Fountain of Youth, we discovered this time truly exists. How can you say that? Adele subconsciously pressed, but then she realized her words might be misinterpreted and quickly added. It's not that I don't believe you, but this matter is too significant. Many of my subsequent missionary plans rely on this ironclad ship, and I cannot afford any mistakes. It's fine. After all, it is time that certain things should be told to you. Katerina smiled. After confirming that Adele had not joined the Essence faction, her malice dissipated. Have you heard of the law of Beyonder characteristic convergence? Adele expressed surprise at the appropriate moment. Her memories related to the Tarot Club members had been erased, including information obtained from the never-before-seen Mr. World. What is that? Adele asked. Gegran never told you. It seems she truly didn't influence you much, but that's a good thing. Katerina nodded. The law of Beyonder characteristic convergence. High-sequence items of the same pathway will intermittently and unconsciously attract low- and mid-sequence Beyonders to their vicinity, and they tend to converge together. High-sequence individuals can perceive this attraction. In other words, the Fountain of Youth is related to the demoness Beyonder characteristic. Is it a high-sequence characteristic of the demoness pathway? Adele immediately grasped the hidden meaning in Katerina's words. Truly clever, you catch on quickly. Katerina praised. Besides me, a Sequence 3 demoness of Undying, the church also dispatched a sealed artifact of the same Sequence 3 level. The church's original plan was to use that sealed artifact to attract Gegran and then control her, but we never expected. Wait, why does the church want to control Gegran? Adele was completely confused. Isn't she a demigod of the church? She really didn't tell you anything. Katerina sighed. The church suspects that Gegran does not worship the primordial demoness, but the City of Calamity. For this reason, she deliberately recruited new demonesses in Backland and had them advance using rituals originating from the City of Calamity, thereby cultivating her own faction. Hearing this, Adele looked shocked, and the 4 demonesses who had originally been laughing also quieted down, waiting anxiously for Katerina's next words. The lives of demonesses who advance through rituals can usually only be maintained until 1 month after the potion is fully digested. If they don't advance quickly, the only outcome is losing control. Katerina glanced meaningfully at everyone. However, Gegran only chose demonesses who, like her, transformed from males. That is to say, if you, Adele, are fine, the others should also be fine. Then, before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, she continued, finally, I have a piece of advice for everyone. The church can forgive past mistakes, but if anyone continues to contact Gegran or provide her assistance in the future, the church will officially regard her as an accomplice of Gegran. Seeing everyone nod in agreement, Katerina stopped pursuing the topic, put down her wine glass, and began talking about the Fountain of Youth. Sequence 3 of the demoness pathway is called the Demoness of Undying. Since it is called the Fountain of Youth, it means it is at least a Sequence 3 Beander characteristic of the demoness pathway. And Gegran is currently a Sequence 4 Beander who switched pathways. Although this bought her a lot of time, that time is quickly running out. Katerina explained. In other words, regardless of whether the Fountain of Youth news is true or false, Gegran must find a way to verify it. And the only way she can verify it is by vaguely judging based on the convergence effect of high sequences. For this reason, the church specifically asked me to bring a Beander characteristic to impersonate the Fountain of Youth. However, when we arrived at the Abyss Whirlpool, we found that the whirlpool here had somehow become regular, periodically generating a massive vortex that swept the entire sea region, dragging ships toward the center of the sea. And I felt a powerful convergence effect at the center of the sea region. This means that a high-sequence demoness Beander characteristic already existed there. Speaking of this, even Katerina's face showed an expression of disbelief. This kind of coincidence was almost unimaginable to me before. It is just a pity that the royal family previously pinned the blame for the Great Smog entirely on us to clear their own suspicion. Now we have no way to obtain any support from the military. Mother will use her power to protect the ship, but the ship's strength must be sufficient to withstand Mother's power. Tracy added from the side, my Black Death is inferior to the future, and even inferior to the Golden Dream. We can only work on the strength of the ship itself. Your Honeysuckle Empress is already the best ship the church could find during this time. But why not let Madame Pili go herself? Adele asked doubtfully. This distance shouldn't be a problem for a demigod like Madame Pili. Our strength will only drag the saint down. How big do you think that Beander characteristic is? Can you put it in your pocket like the potion you drank? Katerina Pell scoffed. Advancing to Sequence 3 requires not only the Beander characteristic, but also the spring water contaminated by the Demoness of Undying characteristic, which is a crucial component of the advancement ritual. We don't just want the Beander characteristic, we also want the surrounding matter affected by the Beander characteristic. In other words, we need to move the entire spring. You don't need to worry about these things, leave the fighting to Mother and me. Tracy comforted her, you just need to ensure that the Honeysuckle Empress operates normally and that you can provide me with fire support at any time. You don't need to worry about Mother, her casual attack is much stronger than your ship's full cannon broadside. Alright, I hope you are all prepared. Adele stopped speaking and began dealing with the food on her plate, which had grown somewhat cold. However, her thoughts did not cease. Her mind was filled with everything Katerina had just said about Gegran. I feel like something is off about this whole thing. Based on her past experience dealing with powerful figures, Adele instinctively felt that Katerina's reaction was abnormal. She couldn't immediately pinpoint why, only that the other party's attitude had changed too quickly, making her suspect there was some conspiracy involved. Deleting her own memory also had drawbacks. It caused her judgment to decline, leaving her without a standard for assessing the behavior of a demigod-level powerful figure. However, one thing Adele was certain of was that Katerina did not truly believe she had no connection to Gegran, and seemed to be waiting for some opportunity. What could make a Sequence 3 demigod wait patiently certainly couldn't be a mere Sequence 7. In other words, she hadn't completely lied. At least the part about ambushing Gegran was likely true. After all, mixing a couple of lies into the truth is the hardest thing to distinguish. If Gegran truly was as desperate to advance and save her life as she claimed, then even if she somehow informed Gegran of the news, the other party would still likely take the risk. Adele's mind raced. To survive in the East Borough, strength wasn't the most crucial factor, the ability to assess the situation was key. Wait, what if the information Katerina wants me to pass to Gegran isn't, she, a Sequence 3, is here, but rather, only she, a Sequence 3, is here? In that case, wouldn't that make it an absolute certainty for Gegran? Adele applied a little force, cutting the roast meat on her plate into 2 pieces. Could it be that Katerina pretending not to care about my past experience was just a ruse to lure out Gegran, and her own preparations went far beyond that? Once I am intimidated by the Sequence 3's plan and notify Gegran, she can strike and capture both me and Gegran in one fell swoop. Adele thought for a moment and felt this possibility was very high, but there was one thing she still didn't understand. Once Gegran appeared, how would Katerina confirm that Gegran was summoned by her? She had mentioned that high sequence beyonders of the Demoness pathway have a certain sense for their corresponding potion materials, but she also mentioned that Gegran was a Beyonder who had switched pathways. Therefore, Gegran shouldn't be able to sense the Demoness pathway materials. Could it be that Gegran has a method to simulate a similar attraction? As she thought, Adele's movements couldn't help but stiffen momentarily, but she quickly reacted and returned to normal. Although she didn't know if Gegran had a similar confirmation method, Adele had indeed seen a similar method, Rosal the Great's Blasphemy Slate. That magical set of tarot cards can simulate the attraction between high sequences. If Gegran wanted to confirm thoroughly, he would very likely ask her for that card, and once she confirmed that the Fountain of Youth truly existed, she would not be able to reject it. What Katerina said earlier was just a superficial probe, designed to make me think she wasn't good at such matters, causing me to underestimate her. Then, she would appropriately apply pressure, creating an outlet, hoping I would actively contact Gegran under duress, thereby luring the snake out of its hole. Thinking that she had just unknowingly walked around the edge of death, cold sweat couldn't help but seep from Adele's back. High-sequence powerhouses are truly not simple. Her acting as an instigator was also very successful, almost making me forget that she was a demigod-level powerhouse, causing me to drop my guard against her temptation. Adele was secretly alarmed. She hadn't expected that the Demoness sect not only started suspecting her relationship with Gegran but also suspected that she had already obtained the Blasphemy Slate. It seems exchanging that card for the formula was indeed the correct decision. Just those few minutes it was opened aboard the Black Death allowed the Saintess of White to detect it, even prompting her to set up this specific probe. If she hadn't realized the card's characteristics and had separated from Tracy a few days later, she might have been intercepted at sea by Katerina, card and all. Adele took a deep breath, ensuring her unease did not show on her face. Perhaps because a serious matter had been discussed, the mealtime, which should have been pleasant, became torture in Adele's eyes. To avoid arousing suspicion, she could only mechanically swallow while recalling her past events, desperately trying to find a rational explanation for her somewhat disjointed memories caused by using the charm. Originally, this task should have taken about a day after using the charm, but she hadn't expected the distance Tracy mentioned for leaving the fleet to be so vast. If Adele had still prepared according to the original schedule, she probably wouldn't even have had time to use the charm to erase her memory before running straight into Katerina and Tracy. Fortunately, no other mishaps occurred during lunch. Although the other demonesses Gegran brought were shocked by this, since Katerina had stated it was irrelevant to demonesses who were originally female, they were not as nervous as Adele. Indo Port, Dangerous Rock Street, number 27. Sonia's divination house. Cheshire pulled her hood and scarf closer together, covering her facial features as much as possible, and looked toward the open small door. Walking out was a young lady wearing a light purple warlock robe and a matching pointed soft cap. Her hair was ginger yellow, slightly curly, and a hint of melancholy lingered in her eyes and brows. Perhaps she had been drinking, as she held a dirty gin bottle in her hand. "Are you the astrologer, Sonia Moran?" Cheshire asked straightforwardly. Devils are skilled in plots and tricks, but that doesn't mean they always have to beat around the bush. In this situation, directly stating the other party's identity often causes a greater shock to her. Although I don't know whether you heard this news from those gangs or from my former clients, it is basically correct. Sonia frowned and nodded slightly. If there isn't a second person named Sonia Moran on this street, then I should be the one you're looking for. But you don't seem to have done divination for a long time. Cheshire glanced at the brass telescope with a stand beneath the skylight, which was already covered in a thick layer of dust, and asked casually. Of course, especially the kind of divination that requires looking at the star. Sonia's expression turned strange. The state of the star has become very odd. In my last divination, the star, which was still normal at the time, told me never to attempt divination using the star until my spirituality intuition tells me it's okay. As far as I know, 5 astrologers I know have completely lost control since then. Sonia shrugged. So, if you came here for that, you can leave now. Chapter 260, Cats and Membrane Wings. I don't like forcing people to do things they don't want to do. Cheshire shrugged. Besides, I don't need anyone to help me predict the future. In that case, are you here to join the divination club? Sonia's expression was a little stiff, but she still spoke with forced ease. The annual membership fee here is 10 horn, and 2 horn every year after that. You don't need a recommendation from a formal member, you can join as long as you pass my review. Although I'm not here to join your divination club, I must say that your club's prices are much cheaper than similar clubs in Lowen. Cheshire replied, and at the same time, she curiously took a crystal ball off the shelf to examine it. Of course, they have free spacious meeting rooms, divination tools, hot coffee and tea, the latest newspapers and magazines every day, and affordable drinks and 2 meals. Meanwhile, my divination club has nothing but old teacups, dusty crystal balls, and over 20 cats. You have over 20 cats here. That's right. There are ragdoll cats, Lowen shorthair cats, Baron cats, Sunia fold-eared cats, and Intis bobtail cats. They all move around in the inner room and the basement, which is also the members' activity area. If I let them stay here, they might smash my crystal ball. Sonia nodded, and then, as if remembering something, she turned to Cheshire and asked, I heard you just said you weren't here to join the club. Oh, I changed my mind. Cheshire tucked her hair behind her ear and said with feigned reserve, I think I might have a little interest in divination after all. Miss Sevens, my companion and I saw Miss Sophie near Dangerous Rock Street. She entered a shop called Sonia's Divination House. A gang member, stopped by Vianata on the main street of Indo-Port, reported to her. What is she doing there? Vianata blurted out, but she knew very well that the gang member in front of her couldn't give her an answer. Thinking of the last time she visited Sonia, only for the other party to divine her arrival and hide, Vianata's brows furrowed into a river-shaped river. Go find a few more people. No, I'll go myself. Vianata instructed her subordinate, but then she changed her mind. Tell Anna to go directly to Dangerous Rock Street and bring all the mystical items that her captain gave her. Knowing that Sophie was facing a Sequence 7 Beander whose attitude towards the gang was unknown, Vianata's heart immediately rose to her throat. She didn't bother to hide her speed, taking off in a sprint that even surpassed the 2-wheeled carriages on the road, drawing glances from passers-by. Meanwhile, Cheshire and Sophie, unaware of this, were currently sitting in the basement of the divination house. In the early spring weather, this was one of the few places in Sonia's divination house that maintained a comfortable temperature. Sonia sat opposite Cheshire. The two were surrounded by over 20 cats of various colors. A black cat lay on Sonia's lap, while the cat on Cheshire's lap was orange. The previous members of the club were just like you, lacking interest in astrology and herbalism. To be honest, I used to think I wasn't teaching well, and I was disheartened for quite a while. Sonia sighed as she stroked the black cat's sleek, glossy fur. Her technique was exceptionally skillful, causing the black cat in her arms to emit comfortable purrs. Compared to the stars that are God knows how far away from us, the cat on one's lap is much more appealing. Cheshire flipped the orange cat on her lap over and gently massaged its belly. Although, as an astrologer, I should be disappointed to hear that, you are right. A white cat jumped onto Sonia's shoulder and hung there limply like a noodle, using its belly to bear its weight. But, what were you originally here for this time? Sonia took a sip of the mint tea placed beside her. You don't look like you came just to play with the cats, do you? Although you're welcome to come play with them anytime in the future. Alright, let's get down to business. Cheshire struggled to extricate herself from the ocean of cats. I wanted to come here to procure some Beander materials. Then you should go to the Esco family's trade market. They don't allow Beyonders to trade Beander materials privately. Although this doesn't cause much trouble for mid-sequence Beyonders, trouble is trouble after all. Just as Cheshire expected, Sonia didn't agree immediately. It was clear that she didn't want to cause trouble for herself and just wanted to live a good life here. After all, a person who wants to cause trouble at any time wouldn't have the time or energy to look after over 20 cats. However, Cheshire knew exactly what item she needed that Sonia possessed. No matter how much Sonia denied it, with all her cards laid bare to Cheshire, she couldn't offer any resistance. However, keeping that item in your hands will bring much greater trouble. Cheshire looked at Sonia with a half smile, watching the other party's face gradually turn pale. I don't know what you're talking about. Sonia denied it vehemently, forcing herself to remain composed. The complete membrane wing of a red devil and the powder of its horn, surely you know about these two items. Cheshire looked directly into Sonia's eyes. The malice radiating from her crimson pupils forced the other party to look away. Denial is useless. Before the other party could speak, Cheshire cut in. The Esco family might not notice you possessing these items, but you wouldn't think the people from the Church of the God of War wouldn't notice, would you? After the incident in Backland, do I need to repeat to you the attitude of the major churches toward items related to the devil pathway and their holders? Sensing Sonia's wavering, Cheshire threw out the final straw. Do you want to escape the pursuit of the Church of the God of War's rifle knights while carrying over 20 cats? If so, I can only wish you good luck. Quote. Sonia fell completely silent. After a long while, she slowly nodded. All right, you win. She stood up, carefully lifted the white cat off her shoulder, then grabbed the long pole in the corner and tapped the top of the cupboard. The cabinet door that was knocked, banged, open, and a long parcel wrapped in oil paper and a glass bottle containing black powder flew out. The long parcel fell to the ground, kicking up a layer of fine dust. The glass bottle, however, hit a fluffy long-haired orange cat, bounced off a few other cats, and landed steadily in Sonia's hand. Although I don't know how you found out, here are the Red Devil's membrane wing and horn powder that you wanted. I'll charge you 10,000 horn. Take these things and leave quickly. Chapter 261, The Devil of the Past and the Future. No, I won't take them directly right now. Cheshire shook her head. I will probably come to visit you several more times in the near future, and perhaps borrow one of your empty rooms. Of course, it would be even better if I could see those cats again later. I won't be leaving Indo-Port, and neither will my cats. The muscles on Sonia's face twitched slightly. She seemed to want to say something more, but restrained herself. Then, until next time. Cheshire placed the box containing the prepayment on the table beside Sonia. This is 3,050 horn. 3,000 is the prepayment, and also, I hope I can drink better vanilla tea the next time I visit. I sincerely hope there won't be a next time. Sonia sighed with a bitter smile. Do you need me to see you out? To be honest, compared to the people you are about to deal with, I think I am quite gentle. Cheshire curled her lip. At least I don't have as many schemes as a demoness, and I genuinely like cats. Quote exclamation mark. How do you know? Sonia's body suddenly tensed up. The fact that she was a member of Theosophy Order in Fosak was known to very few people, even within the sect, especially since she had cut ties with the demoness sect for almost a year. Everyone encounters all kinds of trouble. Either you look for trouble, or trouble looks for you. Cheshire stood up from her seat, and the orange cat jumped off her lap. Even if you keep hiding in dangerous Rock Street, they will still come. I should go. Do not let a third person know about the transaction between us. After Cheshire finished speaking, ignoring Sonia who was sitting in the rattan chair deep in thought, she ascended the narrow spiral staircase and returned to the ground floor. I didn't expect Miss Sonia to be such a gentle person. On the way back, Sophie and Cheshire were chatting. Otherwise, what did you think she was like? Cheshire found it amusing. Standing in the middle of a crowded room, brewing herbs, dried lizards, and children's fingers in a large cauldron, and observing the changes in the stars overhead through the steam rising from the pot. How should I put this? Aside from the children's fingers part, it was pretty much what I expected. Sophie felt a little embarrassed. Was that rude? Come on, she's an astrologer, not a demoness. If we're really talking about it, your mother is the kind of witch who might throw children's body parts into a crucible. Mother Adele would never do such a thing. Sophie protested vehemently. You are not allowed to talk about her like that. All right. Cheshire shook her head helplessly. Honestly, compared to my parents, just boiling human body parts in a pot is nothing. At least the taste might be better afterward. That sounds truly awful. In the spiritual world, Sophie's spiritual body trembled slightly, seemingly startled by Cheshire's tone. After a long while, she tentatively approached Cheshire's consciousness and carefully hugged her. Cheshire seemed unprepared for this sudden action, subconsciously waving her arms haphazardly, trying to break free, which caused passers-by to turn their heads. You just hugged a former devil. Cheshire's expression was strange. Do you know what you are doing? Didn't you say that I will also advance into a devil someday? Sophie showed a bright smile. The future devil hugging the past devil, I think that's perfectly normal, right? Normal, is it? Cheshire hesitated. Devil monarch Farbati was already unconscious when he gave birth to her. He merely injected Beander characteristic into his offspring through procreation in order to eliminate the influence brought by the mother tree of desire. Both she and Mathafari were born in this manner. Precisely because of this, they did not have to go through the cold-blooded stage like ordinary Beyonders, retaining a part of their humanity. Maintaining humanity near the mother tree of desire was extremely difficult, but Cheshire had done a much better job of it than Mathafari. Perhaps you are right. Cheshire nodded with a complicated expression, then shook her head, and finally nodded again. The advancement method proposed by that demigod of the sun pathway is indeed interesting. Even from the perspective of me, a former angel, it has a certain feasibility. After such a long time, I am actually quite curious whether this little girl can maintain her humanity. At this moment, Cheshire's spirituality intuition suddenly gave her a premonition. The danger premonition ability derived from her sequence was warning frantically. Immediately, she decisively handed control of the body back to Sophie. What's wrong? Sophie suddenly returned to her own body, feeling a bit unaccustomed to it at first, and asked suspiciously. Something's happening, I'm taking off. You come up with an excuse. Cheshire's voice suddenly vanished from Sophie's mind, and no matter how much Sophie called, she did not respond. Just then, Sophie suddenly felt something and looked stiffly toward the street corner. The breathless Vianata was standing there. Her normally decent trench coat was splashed with mud from running, and her hat, which had gotten in the way, had long been taken off and stuffed haphazardly into her pocket. Her face was mottled from the long run, and her light makeup was somewhat smudged, but Vianata paid no attention. She strode towards Sophie, roughly pushing aside those who blocked her way. The people who had initially intended to complain quickly shut up and left after seeing the Esco family crest on her trench coat. Vianata stopped in front of Sophie. Sophie could see her lips slightly trembling. She opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but then had to close it again due to her rapid gasping. After repeating this several times, Vianata's breathing finally calmed down. Although Sophie had previously heard Vianata be sharp-tongued whenever she argued with Adele, often making Adele quite angry, now she only heard one sentence. Let's go home. Vianata took Sophie's small hand, and the two walked side by side in the direction they had come from. Due to the time difference, it was already night around the abyss whirlpool. Adele poured herself a glass of Sunia blood wine. This sweet, Smooth alcoholic beverage was the only type of alcohol she was willing to try voluntarily rather than for social obligations. She took a small sip, feeling the honey-smooth liquid flow down her throat. Normally, at this time, she would pour a cup of hot milk with cube sugar to encourage sleep, but ever since she met Frank, she had completely given up milk. Looking at the half-written logbook and feeling the slight tipsiness brought by the Sunia blood wine, Adele put the glass aside and wrote in the logbook. Tomorrow, we will enter the Abyss Whirlpool. Wish us luck. Chapter 262, Gazing into the Abyss. The next day, Adele realized she had woken up later than usual. An assassin's biological clock was exceptionally accurate. Such a thing would be virtually impossible unless the surrounding environment had changed. Even when she wanted to sleep in, she would briefly wake up around her usual rising time, confirm she didn't need to get up early, and then fall back into a deep sleep. Adele looked out the porthole and saw seawater that was not much different from before. The seawater slid along in one direction, forming a fluctuating wave band. However, Adele quickly realized where the anomaly came from. The water level was unusually high, almost filling the entire view, and the sky was squeezed into a tiny white edge above the porthole. Adele seemed to sense something, quickly got dressed, and rushed from the captain's cabin onto the deck. Like looking down from a mountaintop, the gigantic whirlpool Katerina had mentioned appeared before her eyes. This enormous funnel-shaped depression had a diameter of dozens of nautical miles. The honeysuckle queen had clearly been within the whirlpool's range for some time. The walls of water on both sides were inclined at roughly 20 degrees, forming a dense and smooth barrier around the honeysuckle queen. The honeysuckle queen was currently about 15 nautical miles from the center of the whirlpool, and its speed was not yet too fast. The rotation speed of the whirlpool gradually increased, reaching its maximum at the center, swallowing everything caught in the vortex. Suddenly, a grating, teeth-aching sound came from the bow, followed by the crash of something breaking. Adele felt a slight tremor under her feet, which then subsided. Don't worry, that was the wreckage of the cholera. The black-robed demoness standing at the bow noticed Adele, turned and smiled at her, and said softly, "Cholera." Adele walked over to Tracy and watched with her as a piece of broken wood, resembling the midsection of a ship, was shattered by the bow of the honeysuckle queen and quickly left far behind by the high speed of the ironclad ship. That was a frigate from my fleet. Tracy stepped aside for Adele. There were no Beyonders on board, just a fast ship. Originally, the demoness sect wanted my fleet to explore this area, but just as we traveled about 3 nautical miles toward the periphery from here, this massive whirlpool appeared and dragged our fleet in. I originally wanted to accelerate and leave immediately, but there wasn't enough strong wind then, and the Black Death couldn't accelerate enough to escape. Tracy said regretfully, Mother certainly could have helped the ships accelerate away from here, but after seeing this huge whirlpool, she became somewhat excited and demanded that our fleet move closer. However, when the fleet approached within about 12 nautical miles of the center, the whirlpool's gravitational pull suddenly intensified. Yet, this pull only affected the Black Death, instantly doubling its speed, causing it to collide with the cholera. If Mother hadn't promptly wrapped the hull with silk threads and petrified the outer layer to stabilize it, the Black Death might have been twisted apart immediately on the outside. Tracy continued speaking. By now, the honeysuckle queen had slipped to a deeper point. The foam line was no longer visible, and the sea surface was completely out of sight. Behind them was a ridge formed by seawater, and only the slowly moving peaks of mountains could be seen on the distant edge opposite the whirlpool. The hull of the honeysuckle queen is very sturdy. Unless it hits a reef, it won't be torn apart by the whirlpool. Adele comforted Tracy. The latter sighed and then nodded slightly. I hope so. Oh, that's the leprosy. It collided with the shattered cholera when we accelerated away from the whirlpool. Following Tracy's gaze, Adele saw a bulbous bow bobbing up and down in the whirlpool, still engraved with the black skull emblem of Tracy's fleet. Worrying about this is useless. Let's go inside the cabin and eat. We are still 3 nautical miles away from the dangerous spot you mentioned, so we should still have some time. Adele tried hard to stop herself from imagining the honeysuckle queen snapping in half, forcibly changing the subject. Perhaps that is a good idea. Tracy nodded. Unlike demigods at Mother's level, we still need to eat regularly to maintain our condition. Subsequently, Adele and Tracy walked side by side into the dining hall and sat down at the edge of the long table. The table, covered with a neat white cloth, was already set with toast, white bread, butter, pan-fried meat and fish, grape jam, and a teapot containing Zybo black tea. The female crew members of the Honeysuckle Queen were sitting at the edges of the long table eating breakfast. Layla seemed to be showing Lisette a strangely worded love letter she had received that morning. Adele knew without even thinking that the scattered vulgar phrases within it came from one of the less educated sailors on board. Afra was not at the table. She still hadn't developed the habit of waking up early to eat breakfast, stubbornly maintaining a 2-meal-a-day schedule, planning to go to the kitchen for leftover cold bread after everyone else finished. Wendy was chatting with Natalie nearby, but the latter, having heard that her daughter received a love letter, seemed somewhat distracted. However, Adele guessed that what the other party cared about wasn't the fact that her daughter received a love letter, but why she hadn't received one herself. This concerned a demoness's dignity. Katerina also did not appear at the dining table. As a saint, she no longer needed to eat on time. She would only actively consume food when she encountered something she found delicious. Otherwise, she could go 2 or 3 months between meals. Seeing Adele and Tracy enter, everyone greeted the two of them. Layla quickly hid the love letter in her hand, afraid Adele might see it. With the perception ability of a mid-sequence Beander, I could hear you and Lisette chattering from the doorway, so why bother hiding it now? Adele was speechless and waved her hand, telling everyone to ignore the two of them and continue eating. Layla had been interested in Adele since she was an instigator. Gegran had made this clear the first time she mentioned the demoness sect to Adele. Besides Layla, almost all 4 demoness hostesses of the Crucible and Top Hat, except for Afra, had considered sleeping with Adele before she advanced to Sequence 7. They had engaged in internal struggles for a long time over this, only for Vianata to snatch the prize in the end, leaving the others feeling somewhat disgruntled. I hope this voyage goes smoothly. Adele picked up a teacup and poured herself a cup of black tea. However, just as Adele was silently praying, the course of the Honeysuckle Queen began to shift, heading straight for the center of the whirlpool, crossing the 12 nautical mile red line. Chapter 263, Falling. In the dining hall, Adele only felt the entire ship shake violently once, and then she heard Katerina's serious voice. We have entered 12 nautical miles into the center of the whirlpool. Get ready. In an instant, the scene around the Honeysuckle Empress automatically appeared in Adele's mind. The water wall suddenly steepened starting from this point, surging from 20 degrees to nearly 45 degrees. The resistance inside the ironclad ship, which had previously been pushed by the currents and was rotating as it descended toward the center of the whirlpool, vanished, and the ship plunged headfirst into the bottomless gloom. Subsequently, Adele's spiritual vision turned pale white. Threads surged like a tide, raining down from the masthead toward the ship's surroundings, enveloping the entire ironclad ship. The ironclad ship, wrapped in white threads like a cocoon, turned its bow and charged straight toward the center of the whirlpool. The sturdy steel hull sliced through the seawater, creating waves dozens of meters high on both sides of the ship, which were then pushed by the lateral currents to violently crash against the side of the Honeysuckle Empress. The ship traced an arc under the compression and pull of the seawater before plunging toward the center of the abyss. The sailors in the dining hall flew up one after another, hitting the ceiling. Toast, white bread, butter, and raisin jam also flew up and landed in various corners of the dining hall. Relying on the agility and balance brought to her by the assassin stage, Adele easily adjusted her posture using her core strength while airborne. With a light push against the ceiling, she stabilized herself back onto the deck, simultaneously catching 2 slices of jam-covered bread and taking a bite. Adele glanced around. Most of the sailors had bumps and bruises, but having spent half their lives on ships, they were accustomed to such incidents. However, they hadn't expected the magnitude to be this great, so their defensive posture wasn't sufficient, resulting in some minor external injuries. The other demonesses either pushed off the ceiling, adjusted their balance with aerial maneuvers, or helped each other by pulling and supporting, all maintaining graceful composure. However, Wendy was not so lucky. Although archaeologists also strengthened her physique, this enhancement leaned more toward physical conditioning, making her an expert in extreme sports. Maintaining elegance was never within her consideration. She had been sitting next to Natalie just now. When the anomaly occurred, Natalie's first reaction was to look towards Lyra, completely ignoring Wendy. Although Wendy quickly used both hands to brace against the wall to ensure a stable landing, the light beer she was holding, which was substituting for water, still splashed all over her face. "Hurry and go clean up in the washroom." Adele suppressed her laughter and comforted Wendy, who was distressed over her recently applied makeup. At this moment, the steel hull creaked loudly under the influence of the distorting force transmitted through the threads. Even though everyone knew that the Honeysuckle Empress was strong enough to withstand this situation, the calamity-like scene still made it hard not to have negative associations. The attraction wasn't this strong the last time we came, it was slightly weaker than it is now. Tracy placed her hand on the steel hull, feeling the vibrations emanating from it. "When Mother and I came here last time, although the Black Death suffered some damage, the seawater's pull wasn't this strong. The attraction wasn't this strong when Katerina came here." Adele thought for a moment, then said, "Since you mentioned that the center of the whirlpool might be a high-sequence sealed artifact of the Demoness pathway, is it possible that the sealed artifact changes the strength of its attraction based on the sequence and number of people on our ship who follow the corresponding pathway?" You reacted very quickly. Tracy nodded. "The center of this sea area contains the Beyonder characteristic of the Demoness of Undying, or even possibly the Demoness of Catastrophe. This certainly affects Beyonders of the Demoness pathway. I suspect this periodically appearing giant whirlpool is the masterpiece of that Beyonder characteristic. The Demoness of Undying or the even higher Demoness of Catastrophe." Adele felt slightly stunned. Although Tracy didn't explain what the Demoness of Catastrophe was, she probably assumed that Adele, who already knew the Demoness of Undying was sequence 3 of the Demoness pathway, could infer the status of the Demoness of Catastrophe from her tone. "Although, having seen the Blasphemy slate, I already know that the Demoness of Catastrophe is sequence 2 of the Demoness pathway." Adele mused wildly, then suddenly felt a sense of fear. If Gegran was also on this ship, could Katerina determine her whereabouts through the increased attraction? Adele hesitated for a moment but still posed the question to Tracy. She could tell that Tracy and Gegran had a good relationship, and Tracy likely wouldn't refuse to answer such a question. "I'm afraid not." Tracy's black eyes flickered slightly as she said. "That thing is only a Beyonder characteristic after all, its intelligence isn't that high. Look, this second time, 4 mid-sequence Beyonders of the Demoness pathway were added, yet it didn't increase the attraction much. Mother speculates that its attraction might be related to the number of high-sequence Demoness Beyonders. The attraction drawn by demigod-level Beyonders is hardly the same magnitude as that drawn by ordinary Beyonders. Even a quasi-demigod like me, who is already preparing for the advancement ritual, is less than 1/10 as important as a demigod in its eyes. As far as I know, Aunt Gegran switched to the death pathway when she was at sequence 5, so in the eyes of the Fountain of Youth, the difference between her and a sequence 5 might not be significant. Besides Mother and me, there were already 5 demonesses on your ship, it is not that sensitive. Then what if, hypothetically, Gegran really followed us here somehow? How would we find her?" Adele secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, to transition smoothly to the next topic, she continued to question Tracy, only relaxing after receiving the answer that there were no confirmed methods. The current situation was very delicate. The Demoness sect wanted to clarify whether Adele and Gegran had been in contact during this time, whether she had found the Blasphemy slate, whether Gegran had followed them, and whether Adele believed in the City of Calamity. However, Adele and Gegran truly had no contact, and she did not believe in the City of Calamity, but the Blasphemy slate was indeed in her possession, and she had no idea if Gegran had boarded the ship. Furthermore, the Demoness sect had only one way to verify these issues, whether Gegran appeared. In other words, if Gegran appeared on the ship, Adele would be sentenced to death by Katerina, forcing her to either abandon her mission and flee the Demoness sect or be killed by Katerina on the spot. The problem is, even if I didn't actively contact her, she might still appear on the ship, and then I wouldn't be able to explain myself. Chapter 264, Explosion and Wind Beneath the Sea. After praying that Gegran would not appear, Adele surveyed the condition of the dining hall. To prevent similar incidents, the tables and chairs in the dining hall were bolted down, but the food on the tables suffered heavy losses. The fish, fried golden brown on both sides, was now covered in a layer of dust, hanging on the window sills, the leaves of ornamental plants, and the edges of the tables. We are still 8 nautical miles from the center of the vortex, and we estimate it will take another 20 minutes to reach our destination. Adele clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention. First, clean up the dining hall. Anyone who wants to eat can go to the kitchen later and grab a pickled meat sandwich, but no alcohol other than light beer is permitted. From now on, I require you all to be on standby at your respective posts, especially the lads in the engine room and at the gun positions. Be ready to support me at any moment, understood? The sailors nodded in agreement, quickly taking advantage of the fact that the observation ports were currently completely entangled by silk threads, preventing them from doing anything else, and swiftly tidied up the ship's interior affairs. Over the next 10 minutes or so, everyone quickly cleaned up, each grabbing a sandwich stuffed with salted meat, fish fillets, and slightly wilted greens, making do with this makeshift breakfast. Afterward, the sailors took their positions, securing themselves with straps to prevent unnecessary injury from the ship's violent pitching. Our current speed has reached 47 knots, nearly double the normal operating speed. The driving speed of the ironclad ship itself is now equal to the speed of the current. Adele said worriedly, looking at the speed indicator. If the current speed inside the vortex exceeds 30 knots, even the Honeysuckle Empress will find it very difficult to sail out of it. This was the data calculated by Wendy last night. As the crew member who understood the performance of the Honeysuckle Empress best, she had an obligation to give the captain such a warning. No sooner had Adele finished speaking than the voice of Katerina from the upper deck of the ironclad ship was heard. The Saintess of White used her ability to transmit her voice directly into everyone's minds, notifying them to prepare. This method of notification bypasses the need for speech time, instead directly transmitting thoughts, and is usually used to convey large amounts of information. However, she only said one sentence, and the shock contained within it could be felt even by the most obtuse person. We are going to fall. Just as Adele wondered about the meaning hidden within this line, which should never appear at sea, that familiar feeling of weightlessness reappeared, only stronger and more sudden than before. Adele was thrown into the air again, hitting the opposite side of the cabin directly. Although the cabinet doors all had latches, the porcelain tableware inside was not spared, shattering against the cabinet doors, the chaotic crashing sounding like a downpour. The entire ship turned over in the downward vortex. Seawater squeezed the surface of the ironclad ship, and the portholes emitted a grating, teeth-aching sound. Strangely, although the pressure of the seawater was undeniably present, the sinking speed of the Honeysuckle Empress did not slow down because of it. She rapidly descended through the seawater almost like a free-falling object. If this continued, the portholes would likely shatter due to the pressure, drowning everyone on board at the bottom of the sea. But before that, this most advanced ironclad ship of Lowen would be directly crushed flat by the trillions of tons of surrounding seawater, turning into a thin sheet of iron along with everyone inside her. Adele thought she would contemplate many things in this situation, enough to review all her past days, yet she found that her thoughts were not speeding up, causing her mind to momentarily crash as she mechanically dodged the falling everyday items. However, even after a full 20 seconds of subjective time had passed for her, the portholes still had not shattered. The surrounding currents became smooth, no longer exerting pressure on the hull, allowing the ship to plunge straight toward the seabed like a falling meteor. The smooth current flowed over the ship's surface, creating a wind-like sound in Adele's ears, a sound she had never heard before, the sound of wind beneath the sea. Adele activated her spirit vision and discovered that the hull was no longer covered in fine white threads, yet her vision in the real world remained pitch black. They had already plunged into the lightless deep sea. Those white threads grew out of the spirit world, out of the seawater, and out of the steel hull, intercepting ahead, pulling from the sides, or dragging from behind. In short, it was clear that their owner was doing everything possible to try and slow down the momentum of the Honeysuckle Empress's fall. The steel prow, moving at the high speed of freefall, acted like a giant axe, easily severing the fine threads blocking its path. However, those white threads were endless, like the ocean. The moment one was cut, 10 immediately followed, genuinely succeeding in slowing the momentum of the descent. Simultaneously, Adele noticed that Tracy beside her was also chanting something softly. A dark light emanated from her hands, gradually covering the entire ironclad ship. Adele recognized it as the deceleration curse, one of the demoness's black magic spells. In actual combat, the effect of this curse was far inferior to the threads manipulated by a demoness, so almost no demoness would use it, but under these specific conditions, the spell once again found its use. Although it also brought some corrosive effects to the cursed object, under these circumstances, it was better to first consider how to survive, and then worry about maintenance and upkeep. The lower sequence demonesses followed suit. This black magic spell was not difficult to learn, and since Gegran was a demoness skilled in black magic, most of the demonesses under her command knew a few tricks. Thanks to everyone's efforts, although some floorboards inside the cabin had begun to rust, the descent speed of the Honeysuckle Empress finally returned to a normal level. Adele wanted to glance outside the cabin, but suddenly saw a faint fluorescence, like the light emitted when a certain mineral spontaneously combusts. The seawater had disappeared at some point, and they were now falling through a void. Following this, Katerina's voice sounded again, only she was much calmer this time compared to her previous panic. "We are about to land, beware of impact." No sooner had Katerina finished speaking than the Honeysuckle Empress fell out of the underground void, then smashed onto the water surface, at the bottom of the cavern like a rock, kicking up large splashes of water. Inside the pitch-black cavern, the surface of the water was utterly dark and emitted a pungent odor, reflecting a multicolored halo under the faint light cast by the fluorescent plants overhead. Subsequently, a sudden explosion violently erupted, tearing off the unstable whaling crane on the deck of the Honeysuckle Empress, and shattering the overwhelmed glass. Chapter 265, The Boiling Sea. P.S. Actually, many readers have mentioned the chapters being too short. I mainly write shorter chapters so that they are easier to modify if they get censored. However, my recent average subscription numbers are a bit precarious, so for the time being, I will change non-explicit chapters to 4,000 characters each. This is easier for you to read, and it makes my data look better. The explosive that caused severe damage to the Honeysuckle Queen, ripping out a whaling crane weighing tens of tons like pulling a radish and smashing it against the rock wall, was none other than the air within this massive underground space. The rapidly descending Honeysuckle Queen collided with the black water surface, and the resulting impact detonated the strange, foul-smelling air in the area. The blast wave instantly shattered the glass windows of the ironclad ship, scattering shards of glass throughout the cabin. Although Katerina noticed everything immediately and created a layer of black rock casing on the ship's exterior to absorb some of the flammable gas, the explosion caused by the small amount of gas that had just flowed in still destroyed the crane, which was too tall to be covered by the rock casing in time. However, no one had the energy to worry about those things now. The sailors watched in horror as the air rushed in through the breach. Unlike the air originally present in the cabin, this gas exhibited obvious stratification as it mixed, making it directly visible to the naked eye. However, what the sailors feared was not the air, but the long stream of fire snapping closely behind the gas toward the broken window. The burning air lunged into the lower density cabin, about to crash into the conference room where everyone was gathered. Correspondingly, all the demonesses in the cabin sprang into action. Tracy, Adele, Natalie, Afra, and Lisette, 5 Beyonders at sequence 7 or above, possessing frost abilities, reacted almost simultaneously, rapidly creating frost to seal the broken windows with icy mirrors, severing the fire dragon. However, the severed burning gas did not stop blazing. While the demonesses were busy sealing the cabin, it rushed directly toward Layla, who was still an instigator. Layla tried to dodge, but this only agitated the air, causing the fireball to rush toward her even faster. In the nick of time, Wendy, who had been quiet until then, gritted her teeth, pulled a brass, solder-sealed sleeve-shaped object from her pocket, and violently threw it ahead of the stream of fire. The sleeve automatically popped open mid-air, releasing a large cloud of compressed gas that exploded in the dining room like another small bomb, sending the tableware flying once more. Unlike before, the air explosion caused by the brass sleeve was not accompanied by fire or flash. Instead, the expelled gas directly suppressed the flame and dispersed the unignited gas that had already entered the room. Beyonders of the Savant pathway can create such small mechanical tools. What Wendy threw just now was a small device similar to an air compressor, which could be preset to inhale or expel air to pull targets closer or push them away. It also has good effects against wraiths and specters. However, this kind of item needs to be recharged at the steam church after every use. After that Great War, the influence of the steam church was completely excluded from military strongholds like Constant, meaning that unless Wendy found a chance to return to Intis, this valuable tool would be rendered useless. Before Wendy could even lament the loss of her mystical item, Katerina's instructions came through the cabin. "Start the ship quickly, this ocean is about to catch fire." Katerina's words were not alarmist. The fall of the Honeysuckle Queen had shattered the tranquility of this underground world, which had been sealed for an unknown number of years, and a series of chain reactions were now underway. Through the newly formed icy portholes, Adele and the other demonesses could see the burning air gradually spreading outwards, igniting the underground sky and the sea surface, causing this black ocean to nearly boil. Everywhere the demonesses looked, there was black water and yellow fire. The air was thick with the smell of sulfur, as if the apocalypse described in church legends had arrived. Countless marine creatures covered in black viscous liquid leapt out of the sea. They were engulfed in orange-yellow flames, emitting horrifying screams that chilled the heart. Without needing a second reminder from Katerina, Wendy immediately broke into a sprint, heading down the restaurant's spiral staircase straight for the engine room on the lowest level. There were no windows here, so there was no need to worry about the flammable gas mixing in and causing an explosion. Wendy quickly started the turbine. The sailors who were loading fuel into the boiler were even a beat slower than her. Despite the thick iron walls, Wendy could instinctively sense, relying on her savant abilities, that the steam turbine was already operating under an overload condition and would definitely require a complete overhaul upon their return. "Keep driving at the current speed until we burst out of this sea." Adele ran to the engine room with Wendy. Adele was worried because, given Wendy's abilities, she might struggle to handle sudden emergencies alone. "I'm trying, but the resistance of this cursed sea surface is abnormally high. We can only reach 20 knots at most, less than 2/3 of the theoretical maximum speed." Wendy was sweating profusely with anxiety, but this situation would not change according to her will, and Katerina apparently had no good way to accelerate the ship either. Thus, thousands of meters beneath the seabed, within the underground cavern, the Honeysuckle Queen began to endure the trial by fire. The Honeysuckle Queen sped forward at full throttle, closely followed by raging flames. Everything in its path, whether air or sea, was ignited. Even though the Honeysuckle Queen had pulled nearly 1,000 meters ahead of the fire, the heat generated by the burning ocean still affected the vessel, bringing the cabin temperature close to 40 degrees Celsius. The demonesses were so hot that they stripped off their coats, wearing only thin shirts, while trying to get as close to the windows as possible to briefly cool down using the chill emanating from the icy portholes. Even so, most of their shirts were soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to their bodies. When standing close, one could even smell the distinct fragrance wafting from them. Ordinarily, the sailors would have been excited by this sight, but now no one had the leisure for such thoughts. Even the ironclad ship, which was a behemoth in human eyes, seemed insignificant when facing such terrifying natural phenomena. If Vianata saw this level of flame, her pyromaniac potion would probably be instantly digested. This thought popped into Adele's mind. At this moment, she was not only responsible for the windows but also had to create ice near Wendy to prevent her from making operational mistakes due to heatstroke. A small puddle had already formed beneath their feet from the melting portholes. "My first voyage after becoming captain turns out to be in such a dangerous place." Adele couldn't help but sigh heavily. However, even the most experienced captain could probably do nothing different than me in this situation. Besides running away at full speed, what else is there to do? Comforting herself, Adele wiped the sweat from her forehead. Just then, Katerina walked down the spiral staircase. Unlike Adele and the others, even in the high temperature, she maintained her poise and elegance as a saint. "We are approaching the boundary of this ocean." Seeming to know that this was not the time for suspense, Katerina went straight to the point. "We will arrive in 10 minutes at most." The ceiling of the cabin was now so hot that no observer could stay up there for more than 5 minutes, so Katerina had been responsible for navigation. "Really? What does the boundary look like?" Adele and Wendy were instantly energized, looking at Katerina expectantly. "See for yourselves." Katerina took a small crystal ball from her pocket and placed it in front of Adele and Wendy. The two quickly leaned in to observe closely. The next second, they were stunned by the sight inside. At the end of the Black Ocean was another sea, clear, transparent, and without a single impurity. There was no transitional mixing zone between them. It was as if someone had inserted a pane of glass in the middle, separating the two oceans completely. What was separated was not just the seawater, but also the light emitted by the plankton on the Black Ocean. That faint blue phosphorescence was utterly incomparable to the sunlight shining on the clear waters. The flammable gas steaming off the black water surface also could not cross the dividing line, rising fruitlessly at the boundary and twisting the light from the other side into bizarre shapes. Countless strange creatures, sensing the existence of the distant flames, gathered at the edge of the Black Ocean, rushing toward the clear sea as if fleeing a disaster. Although their forms varied, judging by the residual mutated parts on their bodies, they were at least once human. However, the instant their bodies were exposed to the sunlight, they disintegrated, turning into white ash under the blazing sun and mixing with the foam floating on the ocean. Tens of thousands of former humans, driven by fear, rushed towards the light, only to be smashed to pieces upon impact. Their ashes drifted down, like a heavy snowfall. This sea area has a radius of 30 nautical miles, Katerina said slowly. If we take a detour at this speed, the flames will catch up to us before we get past it. Are you asking me to decide whether or not to enter that area? Adele asked gravely. This is certainly difficult to decide. No, I am just informing you that I plan to borrow a few of your crew members, Katerina said lightly. Borrow. Adele was stunned for a moment, but she quickly understood Katerina's meaning. Are you really going to pay them back? What do you think? In Adele's eyes, Katerina's smile gradually became distorted. Do you want to ask me for compensation? No, Madame Pili. Adele opened her mouth but couldn't speak, finally managing to squeeze out only this sentence. May I ask, which crew members you intend to borrow? Your first mate or bosun, and the rest you can choose yourself, Katerina said indifferently. I need to confirm whether that sea area only purifies contaminated creatures, or if it purifies people outside the demoness pathway, or, in the worst case, rejects outsiders from all pathways. This is the underground. Perhaps you don't know what this means, but I assume none of your people were foolish enough to touch the black seawater here. That stuff harbors contamination. I don't know if Gegrand told you before, but the cosmos and the underground are both very dangerous, even just knowing about them is forbidden. This contamination might not kill you immediately, but it will erupt one day. Katerina explained, in a moment, I will find one person to throw into the sea, let him swim into that area, then directly throw your bosun or first mate in, and finally, throw in any ordinary crew member. As for who among them survives, that depends on the whim of the creator of this sea area's rules. Adele sighed. She wasn't sighing for the welfare of these sailors. In fact, based on what they had previously conspired to do, it was enough to send half the ship's crew to the gallows. She was sighing because if the first mate died, she would have to steer the ship herself. Very well, do as you see fit. Adele nodded, watching Katerina walk out of the engine room. She wasn't worried that the crew would be dissatisfied because of this. Given Katerina's charisma and charm, she could realistically make everyone on the entire ship kill their families for her and then commit suicide, without a single word of complaint even before death. But, is she really not punishing me because I didn't allocate a dedicated cabin to her? Adele wondered inwardly. Soon, Adele's ship reached the ocean's dividing line. Katerina had already selected the few unlucky sailors she needed, though judging by their fanatical expressions, they did not consider themselves unlucky. The expressions of the nearby sailors were also filled with envy for those chosen, as if they were not drawing lots for death but winning the heart of the noble lady in white before them. Well then, boys, it's time to go. Katerina smiled seductively and gently blew a puff of air into the ear of one of the selected ordinary sailors. Adele could see the young man's ears instantly turn bright red, so excited that he couldn't speak clearly. Why yes, madam. The sailor awkwardly knelt, kissed Katerina's foot, and then jumped overboard without hesitation. His body was instantly enveloped in black liquid, which coiled around his torso like a snake, slowly dragging him downwards. Eerie cracks began to appear on his body, which split open like fruit still hanging on the branch past the harvest season. What flowed out was not blood, but black liquid. The sailor opened his mouth, seemingly trying to say something to Katerina. However, his body suddenly flew up, as if his neck had been caught by an invisible thread, and he shot straight toward the clear sea area. He was then smashed to pieces upon impact with the seemingly solid sunlight, and gray-white dust drifted onto the deck. Katerina's expression didn't change in the slightest, as if she had merely plucked a vegetable leaf just now. Alright, next one. Chapter 266, Sea Talk and Discovery. The poor first mate ultimately did not survive. At Katerina's signal, the first mate, who had consumed a demoness potion, was thrown into the Black Ocean, where he subsequently turned into grayish-white dust under the radiation of the Bright Sea area. Wagner received the same treatment, though he, as a lucky control group, was thrown directly into the Bright Sea area and successfully survived under the sunlight on the other side. There were 5 main perpetrators in the rebellion initially, one of whom had already died in the cannon battle orchestrated by the Calamity Priest. Of the remaining 4, only Wagner and another sailor survived, also serving as the control group of ordinary people thrown directly into the Bright Sea area. After confirming that the sunlight only targeted the corrupted and not beyonders outside the demoness pathway, the Honeysuckle Empress immediately sailed into that Bright Sea area. The sailors dropped ropes with slip knots, allowing the survivors to grab the loops on the ropes, and then pulled them up. Well, at least they didn't die in bed. Adele inwardly made the sign of the cross for the 2 sailors who had been utterly infatuated with Katerina until their deaths. Although they were likely not believers of the goddess, Adele herself was not a complete believer of the goddess now either, she had just done it subconsciously. The group, who had just been sailing in the darkness, suddenly arrived at the Bright Sea surface and needed a moment to adjust. Fortunately, the creatures in this sea area were relatively docile and did not show hostility toward the behemoth that had suddenly intruded. What we are looking for should be in this sea area, Katerina said with certainty. I can feel that miraculous aggregation effect. The distance between us absolutely won't exceed 200 nautical miles. Which means, given the speed of the Honeysuckle Empress, we can reach our destination in 8 hours at most. Adele calculated briefly. Then it seems we are quite lucky. Keep sailing in that direction. If you discover anything, notify me immediately. Katerina stretched. Protecting this ship constantly is truly strenuous work. I'm a little tired. Adele naturally had no objection. If not for Katerina's ability, this ship would have been destroyed when it fell underground. Right, the first mate's room is vacant now, isn't it? Katerina winked at Adele. Have someone clean it up. ... Perhaps you're surprised, but Mother is just like that. Inside the wheelhouse, Tracy was sitting on the sofa next to Adele, studying how to pilot the ironclad ship with her. Although Adele had been painstakingly learning how to operate the ironclad ship ever since she bought it, this was not a 4-wheeled carriage after all. There was a huge gap between memorizing the operation manual and actually knowing how to drive. If it weren't for the slight increase in learning ability brought by being a Beander, and Wendy's generous teaching, Adele would probably only be able to stare blankly right now. However, there was a lot of knowledge about sailing that couldn't be mastered quickly, so she had to rely on Tracis' guidance in this regard. Yes, I've only had this ship for less than a month, and she didn't even ask if I knew how to sail before throwing my first mate into the sea. Adele paced the cabin restlessly twice, trying to figure out the purpose of a bell rope in the wheelhouse. Actually, you could try explaining it to her, Tracy suggested half seriously, half jokingly. What if she agrees? Do you think I dare, or not? Adele retorted exasperatedly, starting to wrestle with the disobedient helm. You don't need to keep holding onto that thing. Tracy walked over to Adele, patting her shoulder reassuringly. Sailing is different from driving a 4-wheeled carriage. There aren't so many unexpected situations on the sea surface, you don't need to constantly grip the helm. As long as the direction isn't a major problem, you don't need to be so nervous. Even if there are hidden reefs or similar things, the observer will tell you in advance. Anything else will probably be too busy avoiding the ironclad ship to bother you, so you don't need to dodge it yourself. Tracy walked to the wheelhouse window, where the glass had been destroyed upon entering the underground area. Warm, humid sea air blew in, making one almost forget that it was still winter in the surface world. Honestly, someone like you, sailing for the first time, might as well be a little more curious. Otherwise, once your curiosity fades, the tedious voyage will torment you to death. Tracy pointed to the seawater outside. Look at the scenery out there. A sea like this can only be seen on the southern continent now. Neither the Raging Sea nor the Sonia Sea is this beautiful. The characteristic of one of my mystical items prevents me from swimming, so any kind of sea only makes me feel afraid right now. Adele sighed, then suddenly remembered something and asked Tracy. Were you very curious the first time you sailed? If I had to say, certainly a little. Tracy recalled, her expression gradually softening. Of the crew who followed me back then, only Annie and my navigator are left now. The others have either died, grown too old to wield weapons, or retired. So, do you remember what your first voyage was for? Adele asked curiously. I feel like you've been drifting on the sea for almost 7 or 8 years. Of course, I remember. At that time, I accepted a commission from the sect to trade Feniport specialties with the tribal chiefs on the southern continent, buying slaves from hostile tribes cheaply from them, and then reselling them to the northern continent. Tracy said candidly. Since I started my pirate career, I've always been working for the sect, so even if I forgot what my first voyage was for, I could guess, it was either robbing or selling slaves. I thought you would phrase that more subtly. Adele was momentarily stunned. Tracy's frankness made her feel slightly uncomfortable. I am a demoness. Tracy smiled. Even if I said I hadn't done anything bad before, you wouldn't believe it. You haven't forgotten the demoness acting principles, have you? If you want to do something, you do it. There's nothing to hide. Yes, we are both demonesses. Adele opened her mouth, intending to say something polite to gloss over the topic, but in the end, she could only utter that one sentence. Tracy continued, how many slaves I bought then, and how much money I made, I've mostly forgotten, unless I go back to the Black Death to check the ledger. The only thing I remember in the end is that the sea there was especially blue, bluer than every sea near the northern continent. I really liked it there. At least a good memory was left behind. Adele commented. For some reason, she didn't find anything abnormal about Tracy's actions. Since even the power of the Orthodox God churches couldn't penetrate deep into the southern continent, what ability would a pirate like Tracy have to capture slaves inland? Therefore, Tracy mostly exchanged slaves from the natives of the southern continent using cheap hard currency. Was being a slave under a chief on the southern continent better than being sold to the northern continent? It was obviously unrealistic. If a person's situation was already as bad as it could get, then whatever was done to him wouldn't really matter, would it? Adele thought this internally. Of course, the slave trade was immoral in Orthodox views. However, since gaining some understanding of Beyonders and Beyander pathways, Adele's moral concepts had undergone certain changes. For example, Beyonders of the Devil and Demoness pathways. Adele sighed. The Demoness pathway's ritual requirements have been linked to calamity starting from sequence 2, and the Demon pathway, starting from sequence 7, carries a very high probability of losing control if one does not kill. The existence of these pathways inherently contradicts moral concepts, yet to integrate into society, one must strive to conform to moral standards. Even if one manages to cleverly bypass similar acting procedures at certain sequences, it's impossible to avoid them forever. According to the Demoness sect, there are especially many Beyonders of the Demoness pathway during wartime, likely because killing enemies to fulfill the acting requirement is a relatively more acceptable method. Adele chatted sporadically with Tracy while letting her imagination run wild. If only I could contact Gegran. She transitioned to an undying at sequence 4 without using conventional means to gather despair for advancement, so she might have similar experience. After a long period of sailing, Adele found that Tracy's prediction had come true. Due to the side effects of the sleeve dagger, Adele, who instinctively feared the ocean, quickly began to feel bored. Although she hadn't used the sleeve dagger during this time, that fear hadn't disappeared, even though she knew she hadn't lost her ability to swim. The sunlight here was different from the outside world. The sun seemed to constantly hang in the same position in the sky, and there was no distinction between day and night, making people easily feel fatigued. After officially steering for 3 hours, Adele finally couldn't hold on any longer. Under Tracy's surprised gaze, she suddenly pulled the bell rope on the wall. Soon, a sailor from the adjacent cabin knocked on the door. Adele went over and opened the door, enduring Tracy's amused look behind her, and instructed the arriving sailor. Please go to the engine room and have Ms. Wendy take over. Yes, she doesn't need to inspect the engine again, someone else can handle that position. Watching the sailor leave, Adele turned to Tracy, and the atmosphere was slightly awkward. Fortunately, 5 minutes later, Wendy ran up the stairs with hurried steps and pushed open the wheelhouse door. "Is there something you need me for, Adele?" Wendy's face still had a little coal ash on it, and her expression was full of confusion. "Please come over and steer for me for a bit. I'm going to the dining room to eat something." Adele skillfully put on a pitiful expression. "Oh, then remember to come back soon." Wendy didn't suspect anything. She washed the coal ash off her face in a nearby basin, wiped herself casually, and took the helm from Adele's hands. "When do you plan to go back?" After walking out of the hatch with Adele, Tracy asked, suppressing a laugh. "Who knows, maybe when we return to the surface." Adele replied seriously. "Now, we should go to the dining room to eat something." Putting the exploited Wendy aside, Adele quickly arrived at the dining room. There were still some traces of fire scorching here, leaving a scorched black mark on the floor. The sailors had caught quite a few fish in the sea. They had long, slender bodies and sharp teeth. The demonesses performed a divination, confirming that the meat was edible, and the kitchen was currently roasting them over a fire. Most of the white porcelain tableware in the cupboard had not survived the fall. Only a small amount of metal trays and iron skewers for roasting meat remained, so the chefs had to adapt to the circumstances. This chef was hired by Adele from a restaurant in Indo-Port. The dishes he cooked had a strong Phosak flavor, using large amounts of spices including pepper, cumin, and basil. The taste was rich and heavy, suitable for sailors who drifted on the sea year-round, providing enough stimulation for their taste buds. Smelling the aroma of roasted fish coming from the kitchen, Adele sprawled inelegantly in the partitioned area. The temporary glass made of ice had already melted, so she specifically found a sheltered spot. However, just as she received her roasted fish and before she could take a bite, she heard the excited shouts of the sailors. The shouts grew louder. Soon, an observing sailor ran in from outside the dining room and pulled back the curtain. "Captain, there's an island ahead." "Captain." The sailor looked at his captain with confusion, yet in the instant before he pulled back the curtain, Adele had already sprung up from her seat, maintaining a proper, upright posture. "Ahem, what did you just say was ahead?" Adele tried to keep any trace of her previous laziness out of her tone as she questioned the sailor. "There is a small island ahead. The vegetation on it is very lush, and we can see seabirds flying toward the island. It appears to be harmless." The sailor reported truthfully. "Captain, should we approach it? It seems that place is probably our destination this time. However, an island that potentially holds a sequence 2 Beander characteristic being harmless is something I can only dream about." Adele's eyes flickered slightly. After a brief thought, she nodded to the sailor. "Go to the wheelhouse and find Ms. Wendy. Tell her to steer the ship closer. It looks like she won't have to stay in the wheelhouse until we return to the surface." After the sailor left, Tracy joked with Adele, smoothing out the wrinkles left on the other party's clothes from when she had sprawled out earlier. "That's perfect. I don't have to pay her double wages, right?" Adele playfully winked at Tracy, and the two laughed together, like two foxes. On the distant horizon, the outline of the small island was already clearly visible even to the naked eye. Flocks of birds beat their wings in the air, flying toward the island along with the honeysuckle empress. Chapter 267, The Lost Bimini Island. When the clock on the ship showed 4 p.m. St. Milan time, Adele and her companions landed on the small island. The atmosphere here was completely different from the Twilight Country that Adele had explored before. Everything in the Twilight Country was suspended in a deep twilight. Dead tree trunks pointed unchangingly toward the sky for thousands of years, and the entire world seemed firmly fixed at the moment just before its death. In contrast, the scene on the small island before them was thriving. Plants grew wildly in the eternal daylight, reaching heights twice the size of their counterparts on the surface. After discussion, the demonesses from the bar remained on the ironclad ship, while Adele, Tracy, Wendy, and Katerina went ahead to explore the island initially. Although Katerina did not explicitly say so, Adele knew that she did not trust the demonesses under Gegran, which was why she brought both people capable of sailing the ship with her. This way, even if any of Gegran's demonesses tried to pull something, they would not be able to escape Katerina's pursuit. Adele and her 4 companions walked across the sandy ground mixed with stones, one of the few areas on the island not covered by vegetation. The ground was rugged, with pits and uneven terrain in certain spots, making it difficult for ordinary people to traverse. From the surrounding pits, large birds with massive flapping wings occasionally flew out, emitting harsh cries. Wendy took out her revolver, shot one down, and observed it carefully. They look no different from the seagulls on the surface, except that their eyelids have evolved to be very thick, possibly because there is no night here. Wendy held the bird up in front of everyone and explained in detail, there are no traces of corruption on them. It seems the sunlight here can indeed completely eliminate corruption. Tracy and Adele surrounded her, looking closely with great interest, and found that Wendy's words were true. All right, now we know their eyelids are thicker than the seagulls back home. Katerina was enthusiastic and said sarcastically, what a major discovery. That's true, but a more important discovery is yet to come. Wendy, whose occupational habit had kicked in, didn't catch Katerina's sarcasm. Instead, she excitedly held the bird up and shook it in front of Katerina, scattering bird blood everywhere. Look at its wound. Katerina's expression darkened, and just as she was about to get angry, Tracy suddenly said, its wound is already beginning to heal. Everyone was startled by this and quickly examined the bird's wound closely. The large caliber revolver bullet had pierced its abdomen directly, creating a rather gruesome wound, instantly taking the bird's life upon impact. However, even though its life activities had ceased, the wound never stopped repairing itself. Pink, tender granulation tissue wriggled near the opening, completely restoring the bird's corpse in less than 5 minutes. Although the injured parts had grown back together haphazardly, forming large wrinkles, and small gaps remained between overlapping layers of curled skin, with half a severed intestine protruding from inside, making it look like a crudely made rag doll, it was nonetheless repaired. If we killed a bird like this and ate only a small amount at a time, it would probably keep growing new body parts until the influence exerted by this island completely disappeared. Wendy said faintly, her tone filled with indescribable complexity. Adele nervously swallowed, and she was certain Tracy had done the same, though even more imperceptibly. This is good news, it means we haven't come to the wrong place. Katerina composed herself and waved her hand, saying, don't waste any more time here. Let's head deeper into the island. There might be other dangers here, so unless absolutely necessary, do not engage in combat. If we encounter any Beander creatures along the way, we will bypass them if possible. If not, I will kill them, and the items will belong to the demonist sect. Katerina led the way, unilaterally announcing the rules to the others behind her. But don't worry, the demonist sect won't make you work for free. If we retrieve the item this time, I can even directly apply to the demonist sect for a reward equivalent in value to a sequence 5 potion. If we fail, I can still give you at least £5,000. Perhaps feeling slightly embarrassed about wrecking Adele's ship, Katerina was quite generous with the reward. In any case, while the demonist sect wasn't extremely wealthy, they served a true deity, giving them deep reserves. Moreover, with the abilities of a demoness, even if major nobles were difficult targets due to protection by Beyonders, the newly emerging entrepreneurs who bought their titles and held little status among the old aristocracy were moving treasuries in the eyes of the demonesses. Gegran had once intentionally or unintentionally revealed to Adele that every June, before the start of the aristocratic social season, the demonist sect would arrange for a batch of instigators to advance to demoness, who would then find ways to infiltrate the social scene and earn funds for the sect. It was precisely for this reason that the demonist sect had barely developed any influence in Fosak, only maintaining a half-dead Theosophy order branch there. The aesthetic concepts of the Fosak people differed greatly from the other nations, and their economic level was worlds apart. Deploying demonesses there was entirely thankless work, as it was difficult to seduce wealthy fools, and even if they succeeded, the returns were minimal. Adele nodded, indicating she was satisfied with the arrangement. As for this young lady, Katerina looked at Wendy, shook her head, nodded again, and finally compromised. I originally wanted your captain to figure out a reward for you, but that feels slightly inappropriate. How about this, Adele, you decide what to give her, and then come to me for reimbursement. You are a demigod, whatever you say goes. Adele quickly replied. Understood, Madame Pili. Soon, Adele and her companions passed through the beach and curved south. They entered dense grass and walked along the steep riverbank. The river flowed southwest from the bend, its volume gradually decreasing. A hidden riverbed formed on both banks, completely covered by the canopy of trees. The terrain here was relatively flat, rising slightly but not noticeably toward the interior. Some areas of the ground were quite damp, resembling marshland. Even without the intuition of an archaeologist like Wendy, Adele could sense a vast, interconnected network beneath the flowing water. Through subterranean faults, groundwater poured into the river. Do you think this looks like a tributary of the fountain of youth that you are searching for? Wendy leapt through the jungle like a nimble monkey. The Sequence 8 archaeologist potion made her feel right at home in ruins like this. She was the first to arrive at the creek, intending to scoop up some river water with the canteen she carried. Perhaps their source is the meander characteristic we are looking for, so this river water should also possess certain special qualities. While Adele was still speculating, Wendy had already curiously dabbed some of the creek water onto the back of her hand. Immediately after, Adele heard her surprised voice. "I feel like my skin has gotten smoother." Adele looked over upon hearing this, only to see Wendy excitedly showing her hand to everyone. The surface skin where the spring water had touched had peeled off, revealing smooth, tender, newborn skin underneath. Adele guessed correctly. Tracy also walked up to the river. This water must contain trace meander influence, which can improve skin condition. However, it cannot be used in large quantities, or we might end up like that seagull. A bottle of this river water could probably fetch an astronomical price in a luxury goods store in Lowen. Adele, who had once worked as a salon beautician, commented objectively, middle-aged noble ladies would probably go crazy for this stuff. All right, once we find the source of the fountain of youth, we'll have as much of this as we want, so stop washing your face there. Katerina ordered loudly, and only then did Wendy reluctantly leave the riverbank. It's fine, it's no big deal, Adele comforted her. It's just slightly better skin, you're already good enough. Easy for you to say, you are demonesses, Wendy complained quietly to Adele. I was exposed to the wind and sun on the ship for research before, and my skin was ruined. You Versailles people whose skin never gets worse wouldn't understand. Where is Versailles? Adele asked confusedly. It sounds like a place name in Intis, but I am a native Backland resident. Never mind, forget I said that. Realizing her slip of the tongue, Wendy stopped dwelling on it and focused on continuing their journey. At 6 p.m. St. Millen time, they emerged from the forest and found two conical peaks. The tops of the peaks were slightly rounded and tilted, resembling a top hat. The ground was bare, and pale red rocks were visible everywhere. It looks like volcanic terrain. Wendy picked up a fragment of basalt from the ground and made this judgment. Thousands of such fragments, mixed with pumice and obsidian, were scattered in every corner visible. Layers of solitary conifers grew densely at the end of a narrow valley hundreds of feet below, blocking out the sunlight. Do we still have to climb up on foot? Looking at the towering peaks, Adele pointed to the dress Katerina was wearing, making her meaning quite clear. We can move close to the mountain face. That way, even if something unexpected happens, as long as we can reach the rock face, we can handle it. Tracy tactfully expressed her agreement. Although Katerina seemed quite concerned about using her abilities here, she ultimately agreed to their suggestion. Katerina released several bundles of fine white silk threads, wrapping them around the waists of the three women. Then, more invisible threads rapidly generated, hooking onto the rocks on the cliff face, quickly pulling the group upward. If Katerina had used illusory threads to hook onto corresponding objects within the spirit world and pulled, Adele and the others could have reached the summit in an instant. However, rashly connecting to the spirit world in an unfamiliar environment potentially containing corruption was extremely dangerous, and Katerina absolutely did not want to attempt it unless absolutely necessary. As Katerina pulled the threads, the scenery around Adele began to move rapidly downward. Before long, the group landed on the summit. This seemed to be an extinct volcano. No smoke emerged from the sides, and not the slightest tremor came from inside the crater. No one knew where this deep well, located underground, might lead. This shield volcano was not very tall. There was a deep gap on its side, where hardened lava and crusted volcanic slag formed a natural canal that ran straight to the sea at a moderate angle. Adele climbed to the summit and looked into the distance, but all she could see was the ocean. The sapphire blue seawater filled everyone's vision, turning into a thin black line at the farthest edge. There was no land within 10 nautical miles of this island. The island was the center of the ocean, and the dazzling sun was directly above the crater. Adele shifted her gaze downward, but she found nothing there either. There was no sign indicating the presence of a spring. But if you follow the creek, the end point is this volcano. Wendy voiced what Adele was thinking. Ladies of the demoness sect, do you have any ideas? Honestly, I'm not very good at things like this. Adele spread her hands. Her knowledge of mysticism was heavily specialized. She had some understanding of certain high-level knowledge but knew little about certain ancient histories. Even her language skills relied on the linguistic blessing provided by Lilith. If someone like Edwina were here, she might have a solution. Tracy also expressed regret. Unlike adventurer teams that operate under the guise of pirate groups, such as Vice Admiral Icebergs, Tracy spent more time robbing and trading slaves than treasure hunting. It looks like we'll have to trouble you, the professional, to conduct a thorough investigation. Adele didn't even look toward Katerina, as she was quite clear about whether she could order around this big shot. All right, Wendy nodded and began investigating the surroundings. During this time, Adele was not idle either. She paced back and forth around the crater, observing the surrounding rocks, hoping to find some trace. Perhaps the luck accumulated by the sleeve sword played a role, as she actually did find something. On the summit covered in rubble, Adele found a piece of stone that looked quite smooth and out of place in this natural world. It was buried in a mound of earth, with only a small corner exposed. Adele quickly called Wendy over, and using the folding shovel the other woman had in her bag, they swiftly dug the stone out. It was a 1-meter-tall marble stele, inscribed with text that Adele could not understand even with the linguistic blessing. Lilith's blessing only allowed her to understand most common languages, it was useless for some obscure ones. However, Adele saw a look of daze on Wendy's face, an expression she felt she had seen before, but she couldn't recall when. This is a lost ancient language. Wendy composed herself and told Adele, the text inscribed on it is the name of this island, Bimini Island. Knowing that her chief engineer was knowledgeable in similar areas, Adele didn't bother speculating what language it was, but instead continued to ask, besides this, is there any other information? However, she didn't hear Wendy's answer. The archaeologist sat on the ground, her eyes vacant, silently facing the stone tablet whose inscriptions were mostly covered by moss, as if she had suddenly suffered a huge mental shock. What's wrong? Adele shook her worriedly, while simultaneously activating her spirit vision without hesitation, preparing to confirm her state. In her spirit vision, Wendy's entire spirit body appeared deep blue, almost black. This was a sign of extreme melancholy, potentially unbearable enough to lead to suicide. Adele had only seen a similar color on Mr. Land, who had previously begged her to give him a quick death. What exactly did she learn? Amidst her shock, Adele couldn't help but grow curious. Shaken by Adele, Wendy woke up as if from a dream, leaping up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and shouted at Adele, "Did you bring the map?" Adele froze for a moment, then quickly pulled out the map of the northern continent drawn on silk cloth from her pocket and spread it out in front of Wendy. "I brought it. What do you need it for?" Wendy took the map of the northern continent, studying it over and over again, her knuckles gripping the edges turning white from the effort. After a long silence, she slumped to the ground like a deflated ball and sighed heavily. "Yeah, what else can I do? The Abyss Whirlpool and the Bermuda Triangle, the Fountain of Youth, on Bimini Island." The geographical markers and myths of her original world gradually corresponded with the reality before her. It wasn't until she saw this stone tablet that Wendy officially linked this Beander world with her own. Now it seemed that the northern continent here corresponded to North America, and the Abyss Whirlpool was near Greenland. If her guess was correct, during the process of falling into that whirlpool, the Honeysuckle Empress had inadvertently crossed the entire northern continent and arrived at the Rorstad archipelago, which was near the West Indies. Although she couldn't explain how all this happened, recalling how ships occasionally vanished strangely within the Bermuda Triangle, only for the empty vessels to reappear much later far away from the triangle, Wendy suddenly felt that it wasn't so hard to understand anymore. What a shocking discovery. If my original world still existed, I would definitely publish a paper on this and tell the people there that the disappearance of ships in the Bermuda Triangle was actually due to Beander characteristics at work. Wendy tried hard to pull the corners of her mouth up, attempting to smile, but found she didn't even have the strength to laugh, feeling only extreme exhaustion. Although her longing for home wasn't as strong as it was initially, and having few ties there meant she wasn't desperate to return, suddenly realizing that she had never truly left home, but had unknowingly crossed an unknown number of years, still made her feel as if a large piece had been torn from her heart, leaving her feeling hollow. However, very quickly, another irresistible idea formed in her mind, rapidly expanding and pushing out all other thoughts. Since the northern continent corresponds to North America, if I sail continuously west from the western coast of Intis or Fosak, can I return to Asia? Although the idea sounded fantastical, Wendy, as if possessed, stared at the stone tablet and the map, conceptualizing a potential plan to return home, until Adele forcefully twisted her body around and raised her palm. Wait, I'm fine. Although Wendy hadn't fully emerged from her depression, her survival instinct subconsciously made her move, shielding her face. Almost immediately, Adele's palm stopped just short of her ear, and Wendy felt her hair move slightly from the displaced air. Oh really? Adele shrugged. To be honest, Vianata used this method on me before, and it worked quickly. I really wanted to try it out on someone. I hope the gods ensure you never find a test subject. Wendy swallowed, but then remembered something and began searching the vicinity again. Did you find any clues? Adele followed behind Wendy, looking around with her. Sort of. I'm looking for something now. Wendy swiftly overturned the pile of rubble, carelessly tossing aside the black basalt fragments. Of course, she wasn't looking for the Fountain of Youth. If this place truly corresponded to certain previous legends, then she should still remember the direction of the mangrove-shrouded wetland relative to this stone tablet. After the resurgence of mysticism, large-scale crustal changes must have occurred here, bringing some previously submerged ruins to the surface, while most surface buildings sank into the sea. This stone tablet must have been located exactly at the center of this volcano, which is why its position didn't shift too much. Before crossing over, Wendy was a marine biologist who had been invited to participate in marine biological surveys near the West Indies. At that time, she had even taken a photo with this stone tablet. The islanders there would collect stones from the Bimini Wall in the surrounding sea and place them around the surface ruins specifically for tourists to carve inscriptions as souvenirs. This effectively prevented tourists from vandalizing the main ruins. Wendy wasn't very interested in this practice, but her girlfriend traveling with her was, and insisted on dragging her to carve both their names onto the stone. Since the stone tablet is here, perhaps the inscription left behind back then is also here. Wendy frantically flipped through the surrounding stones, this being the first time she had worked so enthusiastically without pay. Finally, before Katerina grew impatient, Wendy found what she was looking for. It was a gray stone block, covered in moss. During the crustal movement, the stone tablet had been overturned by the tremor. The exposed portion had been worn smooth by thousands of years of wind and rain, but the character pressed against the ground miraculously had not vanished. The character, "you," from the phrase, "Chow Chow was here," was carved on the stone block, the rest of the fragments were nowhere to be found. In this situation, her own former name would obviously have been more meaningful. However, Wendy had no better choice at the moment, just as she had been inexplicably thrown into this world. Holding the stone block that she herself had carved thousands of years ago, Wendy felt warm liquid welling up in her eyes. Roughly wiping her face twice, Wendy carefully hid the stone block in her pocket and said to Katerina and the others, "Let's go. I think I know roughly where it is." Looking from the mountaintop didn't actually reveal much information. The trees here were extremely dense, obscuring almost everything on the island. However, Wendy still vaguely judged the direction based on her memory. According to Wendy's memory, the Fountain of Youth was located in a saltwater marsh where mangroves grew. Of course, after thousands of years, the environment here must have undergone drastic changes, making the search difficult. Worried that the environment here might react to Beyonder powers, none of them used active Beyonder abilities. Instead, they relied solely on the physical enhancements brought by the potions, struggling forward through the forest like ordinary people. So, you believe we have now reached the Rorstad archipelago? Tracy asked somewhat doubtfully. That seems a little too bizarre. Wendy did not tell them about her transmigration. Instead, she informed them that based on the information on the stone tablet, she had discovered a nearby area exhibiting special phenomena that might be related to the Fountain of Youth. Since neither English nor Spanish was legible to the demonesses, Katerina, although suspicious, had planned to conduct a thorough search of the island anyway, so it didn't matter much to her where they searched first. However, it does make some sense. Katerina frowned, but reluctantly agreed with the point. At the end of the fourth epic, Death was slain by the 7 deities, but he did not die immediately. While returning to the southern continent, he stirred up violent storms, completely cutting off the sea routes between the northern and southern continents. This is a well-known legend. At that time, our demoness sect and the Death Pathway had a very close collaboration. Sia Lundpak Eggers, the current leader of the Numinous Episcopate, is a descendant who blended the bloodlines of a demoness and Death. Since intermarriage between high-sequence individuals was achieved, it is indeed possible that things like sealed artifacts flowing out occurred. So, the sunlight here could very likely be generated by the relic of an angel from another church. Such as the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun. Adele pressed on. That is just speculation, and it is not our goal this time, Katerina said cautiously. Sealing an angel-level sealed artifact from the demoness pathway is not easy, and adding a high-sequence sealed artifact from the sun pathway, even if I could bear it, your ship wouldn't last much longer. I was just saying, Adele shrugged. She naturally understood this reasoning. We should be arriving soon. If the description is correct, there should be a forest of spindle trees there. However, finding even spindle tree fossils now would be good enough. The plant names in this world differed somewhat from Wendy's memory. Mangroves were called spindle trees here, named after the shape of their fruit. Honestly, I'm very curious. There weren't many symbols on that stone tablet, and even counting the small characters on the back, not much was legible. How did you decipher so much information? Adele couldn't help but ask, seeing Wendy's certainty. Because nothing was written on the stone tablet, I'm guiding you based on personal experience. Wendy muttered internally. Even in her era, the Fountain of Youth was a famous legend. The renowned Falling into Science program even dedicated an episode to analyzing it, and the spring, located in the center of the wetland and only accessible by boat, became a must-see tourist attraction on Bimini Island. She had even swum in it. This language is very expressive, Wendy said, brushing Adele off while continuing to walk. Do you know Elven language? Elves can express quite complex meanings using a few short syllables. This language is similar, using simple symbols to represent a large amount of meaning, but it gradually fell out of use because it often caused ambiguity. The underlying meaning of her words was that this language was highly ambiguous, translation errors were common, so they shouldn't get too angry even if she led them the wrong way. Alright, I hope you're right. Adele stopped pressing the issue and continued to focus on the journey. After nearly another half hour, Wendy, who was walking in front, suddenly cried out in surprise. There's a wall ahead. Adele and the others looked in the direction of the sound and indeed saw a section of broken gray wall. Though called a wall, in some places only a few white brick foundations remained, with cement-like filler visible between the gaps. The remnants of this wall were intermittent, stretching to the limits of their vision. Where it was tall, it reached about 2 meters, where it was low, only the foundation remained. The wall was constructed of white marble, with each block measuring about 5 meters long and varying in width from half a meter to 2 meters, leading them to wonder what the wall looked like before it collapsed. It doesn't look like the architectural style of the Balam Empire. Katerina, who had actually lived through that period of history, commented doubtfully. The ancient architecture of the Balam Empire preferred to create large steps and platforms around a central building, and the outer city walls had trapezoidal cross-sections. I have truly never seen a wall that goes straight up and down like this. In any case, let's go inside and take a look. Wendy cautiously took out her pistol. Since there are structures like this here, a civilization must have existed. Moreover, if we are heading in the right direction, this area is likely much more dangerous than the environment we were just in. Afterward, she glanced uneasily at Katerina and Tracy. Her intention was certainly not to tell them to be careful, but to remind them to protect her. As the weakest combatant among the group of 4, she had to rely on her teammates to have the confidence to continue exploring. The 3 demonesses nodded. Katerina asked Wendy to come closer to her, while Tracy moved nearer to Adele. The four then split into two pairs and walked toward the other side of the massive wall. However, despite walking alongside a saint, Wendy unfortunately still encountered an accident. Wendy was wearing riding breeches, while Katerina was still wearing a white long dress. Thus, when crossing the remnants of the massive wall, she was one step ahead of Katerina. It was precisely because of this single step that the archaeologist crashed violently into the air in front of her with a bang, bouncing her back completely. Seeing Wendy's fate, Adele, who was just one step away from crashing herself, quickly utilized the assassin's ability to control her muscles, managing to stop just in time. Although the tangible stone wall was ruined, an invisible wall of air had appeared here. Chapter 269, The Wall and the City. Wendy rubbed her aching nose and awkwardly climbed up from the ground. Since there is a similar seal here, can we assume we have found our destination? Adele clenched her fist, let the blade of her sleeve sword pop out, and then powerfully hammered the wall with a punch. The huge recoil shock forced her to take 2 steps back, but the invisible wall remained completely unscathed. In that case, let's try a Beyander ability. Tracy stepped forward, and black flames rose like vines from her feet, climbing up the wall. When her ability took effect, Adele even suspected she heard the crackling sound of the wall scorching. After a few seconds, Tracy retracted the flames, preparing to check the effect of her ability. To her disappointment, even the black flames that burned spirituality had no noticeable effect on the wall. There was no sense that it had suffered any damage. Should we try directional blasting? Wendy suggested, though judging by her tone, she clearly wasn't confident whether it would work. Forget it, all of you step aside and let me try. Katerina instructed Tracy, don't open your eyes later, and use mystical items to protect yourselves well. Mother, you. Tracy was startled and hesitated slightly. Even if I don't use my full strength, any attack at the saint level will attract what it should. If this thing can be opened by brute force, that would be for the best. We still need to leave here as quickly as possible. Katerina waved her hand, signaling Tracy to stop talking. How much validity is left on that thing I helped you acquire from Buddhas? Half a year remains, Tracy quickly replied. Very well, use it to cover Adele and Wendy, and only remove the effect after 5 minutes. After speaking, Katerina turned around and stretched, seemingly warming up her body in preparation to unleash a powerful attack. The two of you, hurry over here. Tracy pulled a piece of soft, transparent fabric from her pocket as if performing a magic trick. Once Adele and Wendy approached, she abruptly lifted the fabric and draped it over the heads of the 3 of them. Immediately, the sounds of birds and insects vanished from Adele's ears, as if their presence had been directly erased from the world. Although Adele could still see the surrounding scenery, the sense of detachment from reality was exceptionally clear. Keep your eyes tightly closed later. If you absolutely must, just stare at the ground, but definitely do not look up at anything else. Tracy warned solemnly, Mother is about to activate her incomplete mythical creature form. It will take at least 5 minutes for the lingering effects to dissipate. If you see her body, or even the traces left behind from the battle, you could lose control immediately. Adele and Wendy nodded hastily, having no desire to satisfy their curiosity with a glance. Having once divined the world, and nearly been hanged, Adele had a certain understanding of the destructive power a mythical creature could wield. Just glancing at the world from an unknown distance through divination was enough to almost kill her. Observing an incomplete mythical creature directly with the naked eye at this distance, death might not even be the worst outcome. This cloak is something Mother acquired from Buddhas, the secret saint of the Aurora Order, when the demoness sect was cooperating with the Aurora Order. It solidified the banishment ability of a secret sorcerer, creating a small subspace beneath the cloak where nothing from the main space can affect the subspace. However, if you see the mythical creature form, it establishes a mystical connection between you, and the cloak cannot isolate that connection. Tracy explained rapidly, then pulled the edges of the cloak down. Seeing the 3 put the cloak over their heads and subsequently vanish, Katerina nodded in satisfaction. Immediately after, mysterious azure patterns began to appear on her skin, crawling over her originally fair and smooth complexion like snakes, making the beautiful figure, which possessed the beauty of women from all ages, become sinister and terrifying. Her hair quickly grew thicker and longer, resembling a pile of tangled black pythons, with snake heads growing at the tips. Each strand looked capable of strangling a water buffalo. The black strands completely submerged her body, making it impossible to discern where her true form lay. With a slight shift in Katarina's mind, tens of thousands of giant snakes opened their mouths, spitting out black flames and frost that filled the sky. The power of a Sequence 3 demoness does not undergo a major qualitative change compared to Sequence 4. Aside from the effects of petrification and eternal youth, there are no other unique abilities. However, a Sequence 3 demoness possesses more than 3 times the efficiency in spreading plagues, the destructive power of black fire and frost, and even the total amount of spirituality compared to a Sequence 4. In combat, the demoness of Undying also frequently uses its incomplete mythical creature form, as this drastically increases the amount of energy it can release simultaneously, thereby achieving a qualitative change in effect. Although the subspace isolated sound, and Tracy forbade them from looking out, Adele could still perceive the might of the demoness of Undying based on the changes in the terrain surrounding the three of them. It seemed that due to the wind pressure generated by the ice lances flying through the air, the ground looked as if it had been dragged by a gigantic plowshare, with deep ravines appearing out of nowhere. The soil at the edges of the ravines was turned into rock, and multicolored mold grew upon it. Birds in the sky fell like rain, their bodies riddled with holes from mold corrosion. They smashed onto the ground, bloody and mangled, yet they slowly repaired themselves due to the effects of the Fountain of Youth's tributary, making them look like fermenting, bubbling dough. A torrent of black flames struck the wall behind them, then splashed away, turning into small streams of fire that flowed away along the ravines carved out by the wind pressure from the ice lances. The most terrifying thing was that this was only the effect of the aftermath. She couldn't imagine what the area directly hit by this kind of attack looked like. Adele could feel that Miss Wendy was trembling slightly beside her. However, it was certain that this attack would not be weaker than the move Sister Vesper executed at the cost of her life. Vesper succeeded primarily because Mathafari dared not use too much power, lest he attract the attention of the Mother Tree of Desire. Furthermore, with only a fraction of power transmitted, he still had to maintain the ritual, which allowed Sister Vesper to exploit a loophole. Having endured such a powerful attack, no matter what that wall was, it should be destroyed by now, right? Adele thought to herself, but since Katarina's attack hadn't ended, she could only wait for the result hidden in the subspace. However, she soon realized something. If the attack was effective, would Katarina really need to strike for so long? As Adele waited anxiously, 5 minutes quickly passed. Katarina seemed to be deliberately eliminating the effects. When the three of them returned to the real world, the mold around them had vanished, and the corpses of the infected birds turned into white dust under the sunlight. Katarina was sitting on a nearby tree stump. Although nothing could be discerned from her expression, the rapid rise and fall of her chest indicated that she was not relaxed. Has the wall been opened? The three exchanged glances, and Tracy finally spoke up. No. Katarina's voice carried a hint of annoyance. The item she had sought for many years was right in front of her, yet it was blocked by an invisible wall. No one would be happy about that. Anything with spirituality cannot pass through this air wall. The earth and stones lifted by my ability flew past it, yet I couldn't destroy it no matter what. Katarina explained patiently. Adele pondered for a moment, then suggested to the group, continuing like this is ultimately not a solution. Why don't we split up? Tracy and I will be one group, and Wendy and Madame Pili will be the other. Both teams can explore along the wall in opposite directions to see if there are any other entrances. I think that works, Tracy replied briefly. Mother, what are your thoughts? Katarina scrutinized Adele twice, then shook her head. No, let's not group up like that. Katarina pointed at Adele. You and I will be a group, exploring forward along this wall. Tracy and the archaeologist Miss will stay here on standby. I have already done a preliminary exploration of the surrounding environment, and it is relatively safe. They will be fine as long as they stay here. The risks of exploring a new area are hard to determine, but I will be right next to you. Katarina explained, and Wendy hesitated slightly before expressing no objection. However, Adele only needed a moment's thought to guess the hidden meaning behind this arrangement. If Gegran truly followed them, her target would definitely be Adele, who might be a member of the Essence faction. If Tracy and Adele went together, Tracy would be completely unable to restrain Gegran. She probably still considers my proximity a danger zone in her heart. But that makes sense. After all, she is the demoness of Undying, who has lived since the era of the Pale Disaster. If she lacked cunning, she would have been killed long ago. Adele saw through Katarina's thoughts but did not expose them directly. In reality, whether she spoke or not, her situation remained the same. Only if Gegran did not appear would she have a chance to survive. If Gegran did appear, given her sequence was lower than Katarina's, even if changing pathways might bring a certain increase in strength, Adele was not optimistic about snatching someone away from a high-sequence individual. Furthermore, even if Gegran truly managed to steal Adele away from Katarina, it would mean her plan to infiltrate the demoness sect had completely failed. The connection she had established with Viscount Gawain through the demoness sect would become void, and she might even lose the support of the powerful figure behind her. What was more unbearable than being caught in a dilemma was believing you had a strategy for advance or retreat, only for the outcome to be completely independent of your choices. Adele gave a wry smile and followed behind Katarina, walking along the transparent long wall into the distance. Although you are with me, don't relax too much. Katarina instructed Adele, ensure all your weapons are in a state where they can be activated at any moment. Understood, madam. Adele nodded, drew the bloodletter from behind her, and loaded the bullets into the revolver. After receiving Lilith's blessing, the bloodletter's strength had significantly increased and now suffered almost no wear and tear during normal use. Furthermore, since Adele could now hide the blade directly beneath her skirt, which was far more concealed than carrying a black umbrella, she had removed the external umbrella sheath and handle when she left Backland and custom-made a goatskin scabbard and a pure silver hilt. Young assassins nowadays have really good equipment. Back in my time, where could we find so many useful things? Watching Adele adjust all her talismans, Viander bullets, mystical items, and the revolver, Katarina felt quite sentimental. When you say, back in your time, are you referring to the Pale Era, or? Adele asked tentatively. Since she couldn't resist, she had to find a way to gain some interest. For an ancient Viander like the demoness of Undying, who symbolized history itself, the mystical knowledge she possessed was inherently invaluable. If she truly intends to keep me by her side to monitor Gegran, she shouldn't reject certain requests, lest she raise my suspicion and decrease the likelihood of me relaying information to Gegran. Adele thought with anticipation. Sure enough, Katarina hesitated for a moment before speaking. No, it was even earlier. I had already become a demigod during the Pale Disaster. Before that, there was a time when I only had one usable mystical item, and I relied on it to survive that long period of great turmoil. Are you referring to the War of the Four Emperors turmoil? Could you elaborate on the events of that time? I am somewhat curious. Adele carefully formulated her question based on her historical knowledge. I'm starting to believe more and more that you have no connection with Gegran. Did she really not tell you anything? Katarina sighed. Yes, it was the War of the Four Emperors. At that time, the god of steam and machinery had not officially become Sequence Zero. The warfare was much more primitive and much crueler than it is now. The 6 orthodox deities at the time were dissatisfied that Emperor Solomon occupied all the faith, so they launched the First War of Faith, conspiring to kill the Black Emperor Solomon. They then instructed the 2 contemporary regents to divide up his remains. Their names were Tudor and Truncest, who later became the Blood Emperor and the Night Emperor. Later, Solomon was resurrected through his own bizarre sequence characteristics, once again becoming the Black Emperor and reclaiming his authority. The 6 orthodox deities at the time supported the Night Emperor, who switched to the Justiciar pathway. With no other option, Alistair Tudor, aided by several King of Angels, plotted against and murdered the angels of the Sauron, Einhorn, and Medici families, who held the Hunter pathway at the time. He forcibly jumped to the non-adjacent Red Priest pathway, becoming the later Blood Emperor. Katarina looked at the familiar step-like city on the other side of the high wall, unable to help but feel a sense of trance. The war between the Black Emperor, the Blood Emperor, and the Night Emperor lasted for a period, allowing the churches of the gods to establish their influence on the foundation of the crumbling United Empire. It was at this point that the underworld emperor of the Balaam Empire in the southern continent, which is to say, Death, officially entered the war. Chapter 270, Inside and Outside the Wall. Katarina revealed an expression of nostalgia. Back then, the Demoness sect and the Aurora Order were famous great nobles of the Solomon Empire, while the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery was the secret organization. It was only later that Steam took advantage of the chaos to become a god, and the demonist sect, due to its cooperation with the Underworld Emperor, was completely expelled by the seven deities, gradually losing its former status. But is there any inevitable connection between the Black Emperor's resurrection and the Blood Emperor and Night Emperor switching pathways? Adele asked deliberately. Although she already knew the answer, she was well aware that she should not know such things in front of Katerina. The condition for a true god, which is a sequence 0, to advance as 3 Beander characteristics of sequence 1, the uniqueness of their pathway, plus the corresponding ritual. Katerina, as expected, did not suspect her and explained to Adele, similarly, if the pathway does not have a sequence 0, then a maximum of 3 sequence 1 Beander characteristics can appear. If a sequence 0 already exists, then, barring certain special sequences, it is impossible for a sequence 1 angel to exist. Special sequences? Adele asked curiously, which sequences are like that? Katerina hesitated for a moment, seeming to think that someone of Adele's status did not need to know so much, but after a while, she seemed to have some other idea that made her change her mind. I don't know much either. Based on the knowledge I have, the true god of the spectator pathway is very likely to have a similar ability. He can visualize a sequence 1 Beander characteristic, making it function like a real Beander characteristic, so that his status does not decrease and his strength remains undiminished. Katerina first stated her own conjecture, and then spoke mysteriously to Adele. Of course, this is just my guess. Furthermore, according to ancient texts within the demonist sect, the true god of the Red Priest pathway also possesses a similar ability, but the conditions for exercising this ability are far more complex than those of the spectator pathway. Why? Adele was immediately interested. If the true god of the spectator pathway could achieve things belonging to other pathways, then the Red Priest pathway, being adjacent to hers, naturally piqued Adele's interest. The effect of those forgetting charms was to erase the user's memories, but knowledge and memory are stored differently. Therefore, although Adele couldn't remember who had told her similar things, she clearly knew that the sequence 0 of the spectator pathway was called the visionary, and it was possible for him to visualize similar objects. But what was special about the true god of the Red Priest pathway that allowed him to separate 1/3 of his power without collapsing? This point greatly concerned Adele. I was indeed curious about this question once. Katerina nodded. However, I don't know the answer either. That fellow just mysteriously told me that the red of the Red Priest is the red of war, and his army was once called the Angel Army. That fellow refers to... Just as Adele was about to ask this question, she noticed that Katerina's expression had become exceptionally unpleasant, as if that person brought her bad memories, frightening Adele into immediately swallowing the question she had prepared. The next part of the journey was extremely agonizing for Adele. Katerina maintained a sour look, and Adele did not dare to speak, fearing that Katerina would find fault with her. Bored out of her mind, Adele had no choice but to focus all her attention on the surrounding environment, hoping to pass the time. However, the surroundings were peaceful and tranquil, devoid of Beander creatures or various traps and mechanisms, as if this were just an ordinary primeval jungle. After walking inside for a long time, one might even forget that this was underground, and that just 50 nautical miles beyond the island lay the contaminated sea. On the other side of the transparent wall was a gray building Adele had never seen before. It looked like an L-shaped small building, constructed of strange materials, unlike any existing architectural style on the northern continent. However, this degree of peculiarity alone was far from matching the island's geographical location and level of mystery. For an island appearing in such an unusual place, being so ordinary was in itself unusual. Adele sighed heavily, somewhat disappointed, and poked the nearby transparent wall with the bloodletter in her hand. However, the moment the blade touched the wall, Adele felt a surging gravitational force suddenly transmit from the sword, pulling her toward the invisible long wall. Her body was pulled off balance by the unexpected force, causing her to fall toward the solid long wall. She tried to release the hilt, but found that the base of the rapier had completely come alive, rapidly enveloping her sword-holding hand, making it impossible for her to break free. The crimson blade pierced the long wall, then melted strangely, transforming into a cloud of bloody mist within the wall. Madame Pili. Adele quickly cried out to Katerina for help, but by this time, half of her body had already been pulled into the transparent long wall of unknown thickness, undergoing some degree of distortion. Witnessing her body gradually distorting while feeling no discomfort whatsoever brought a psychological shock greater than expected, and even the usually composed Adele was somewhat flustered at this moment. Katerina's reaction was swift. Before her body could move, white threads surged forth, quickly wrapping around the other half of Adele's body, trying to pull her back. However, Katerina's ability could not penetrate the long wall at all. For every inch Adele was dragged into the long wall by the bloody mist, Katerina's threads were squeezed and disintegrated by the wall, offering no resistance whatsoever. As the majority of Adele's body was pulled into the long wall, Katerina could only reluctantly release the threads. Even if she pulled the remaining half back, it wouldn't be possible to save her, so she might as well let her go completely and try her luck. As Adele's entire body was sucked into the long wall, a strange sensation arose in her mind. At this moment, her entire physical structure was completely destroyed, and she looked like a layer of blood-red mist. Yet, she miraculously retained her self-awareness and clearly knew that she was still alive. Just as Adele thought she would remain in this state, drifting inside the long wall forever, the bloody mist formed by the bloodletter merged with her body. Subsequently, her body slowly condensed on the other side of the wall, growing directly out of the mother body, like the fruit of a silk floss tree. Just like that, she inexplicably reached the other side of the long wall. Adele and Katerina stared at each other across the long wall, both their eyes filled with astonishment. "What happened with your sword?" Katerina was the first to react, urgently questioning Adele. Although the transparent long wall obstructed them and sound could not pass through, fortunately, they could communicate via lip reading. "I obtained it inside a secret realm derived from a high-sequence sealed artifact held by Sister Vesper of the Harvest Church in Backland. It might be related to the Earth Mother." Adele spoke the absolute truth, because she didn't know if Katerina had a way to verify her words. She was no longer alone now. Although Katerina couldn't harm her through the barrier, no one could say if she would take her anger out on Adele's family. Something related to the Earth Mother. Katerina's expression was volatile, as if she was still suspicious. Seeing the other party's expression, cold sweat uncontrollably soaked the back of Adele's clothes. "Can you get out now?" After a long pause, Katerina questioned Adele. Adele tapped the transparent wall, which had returned to its solid state, and obediently replied, "It doesn't look like it. I speculate I might need to complete some task here before I can leave." "Then so be it." Unexpectedly, Katerina replied with unusual straightforwardness, "I will give you 1 week. Your ship will wait here for 1 week. This wall seems only to block things with spirituality. I will have the sailors deliver supplies to the location where Tracy and the other person are, and find a way to throw them inside the wall. During this time, you must try to investigate the seal here from the inside and see if there is a way to break it. If you find clues related to the Fountain of Youth, do not explore rashly, return and inform us." Katerina's expression was completely different from what Adele had imagined. She even seemed relieved, which momentarily confused Adele. "If you still have no clues after 1 week, then we will leave you sufficient supplies, prepare to sail back, perform initial maintenance on the ship, and then return to assist you with the next stage of exploration." Katerina gave a few brief instructions, then gracefully stood up and smiled slightly at Adele. "Well then, good luck, little one." Watching Katerina's retreating figure, Adele suddenly realized the reason for her reaction. Recovering this high-sequence Beander characteristic was originally outside the Demonist sect's plan. They hadn't even known of its existence. Their true goal was to capture Gegran, who was suspected to be the leader of the Essence faction, and, if possible, confirm her identity. However, that was the ideal scenario. After all, even a Sequence 3 demigod trying to capture a Sequence 4 would require considerable effort and still had a high chance of failure. Therefore, the Demonist sect's idea was to obtain this characteristic meant for advancement. If Gegran truly belonged to the Essence faction, her deadline was fast approaching, and they only needed to wait for her to lose control. If she was not a demigod of the Essence faction, then it wouldn't be too late to observe her for a period and then issue the characteristic. Holding back merit points was a common occurrence anyway. As the executor of this plan, Katerina was worried about Adele contacting Gegran, or Gegran finding a way to seize the Fountain of Youth characteristic before she could act. However, now the clue to the Fountain of Youth and Adele were both trapped inside the air wall, which instantly solved two of her problems, placing her directly in a proactive position. The environment here not only isolated Katarina's abilities, but even Gegran's greatest strength, relying on the spirit world, was severely restricted. It would be extremely difficult for Adele to contact Gegran. However, just because Katarina wasn't anxious didn't mean Adele wasn't. She wasn't here for camping. Vianata and Sophie were still waiting for her to return. Adele took out the gold-cased pocket watch from her pocket, clicked it open, and saw that they had been away from the ship for 12 hours. The effect of the forgetting charm given by Miss Audrey was slowly fading, and she was gradually remembering all sorts of things. Confirming that Katarina had completely left, Adele did not rashly venture into the distant buildings. Instead, she took out the harmonica given by Mr. the Star from her pocket and blew a note. As expected, the messenger did not appear. She then tried to activate her bracelet, wanting to summon the spirit stored inside. However, the moment the muscle-enhancing spirit flew out of the bracelet, the surface of the pale blue spirit immediately cracked, oozing viscous black liquid. The next second, the contaminated spirit evaporated directly under the sunlight, leaving no trace behind. Immediately afterward, Adele took out the Heart Stealer's lipstick. The silver casing of this mystical item was now covered in colorful rust, emitting an ominous sense of decay, which made Adele completely abandon the idea of using it. Her revolver lay outside the barrier, now a piece of scrap metal due to the explosion caused by the rejection of the Beyonder bullets inside by the wall. She had dropped the revolver while calling for help earlier, causing the gun not to merge with the bloody mist formed by the bloodletter, and thus it was destroyed by the repulsion. Finding that most of her mystical items were useless, Adele felt somewhat discouraged. It seemed there was only one last option. Adele sighed, let the sleeve dagger extend from her cuff, and carefully walked toward the nearest building. The door lock had been corroded away by the relentless passage of time, forming a porous clump of metal where it once was. Adele inserted the blade of the sleeve dagger, applied a little force to pry it open, and the door swung open instantly, releasing a heavy smell of mildew. The rooms here were similar in layout to the one Adele had in Backland, a two-story building with 2 rooms and 2 halls on the ground floor. Most of the items on the tables were dilapidated beyond recognition, covered in moss. Adele summoned 2 balls of black flame, letting them float beside her, observing their burning intensity to determine if there were any extraordinary factors influencing her surroundings. She then quickly confirmed the environment inside the small building and found no living intelligent creatures. How ironic, the place closest to the Fountain of Youth was the most lifeless spot on the entire island. Adele briefly lamented, then quickly searched through the rooms. Finally, she found an unused candle in a first-floor storage room and broke it into 3 pieces. Adele quickly lit the candles and silently recited the incantation used for prayer. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Grayish-white mist enveloped her, crossing the contaminated spirit world, and directly sending her information above the gray fog, into the deep red stars of every member of the Tarot Club. Chapter 271, Startling Conjecture. A familiar sensation arrived, and Adele felt her spiritual body rapidly ascend, passing through the tide-like gray fog, finally appearing on her high-backed chair. During the ascent, Adele saw the appearance of the spirit world here. It was completely enveloped by viscous black liquid, exuding an extremely ominous aura. If not for the protection of the gray fog, Adele's exposed spiritual body would have long been corrupted. Soon, the members of the Tarot Club appeared above the gray fog one after another. Except for Miss Magician, who still showed no sign of appearing, everyone else had responded to Adele's request for help. Sweeping her gaze over the members, Adele noticed that Miss Judgment's condition seemed somewhat amiss. During the last communication, she mentioned that she was being hunted by the Iron and Blood Cross Order from Intis and a demigod from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom who should not have appeared in Trier. It seemed that even members of the Tarot Club could suffer losses when facing opponents who were also demigods. Adele felt a little uneasy, yet she still greeted the members courteously on the surface. "Hello, everyone. Well, I don't know what time it is outside right now." Adele first made a simple introductory remark, the implication being that she was currently in a place completely isolated from the outside world, to the extent that she was unaware of the passage of time. It is 12 o'clock midnight, constant time. Audrey immediately understood Adele's hidden meaning. To suddenly convene a gathering at this hour, it must be something quite important, right? For me, yes, it is. Adele nodded. Next, I will need everyone's help. But before that, Miss Judgment, are you all right? She worried that Miss Judgment might still be in danger, and if she stayed in the gray fog for too long, her body outside might be compromised. I've temporarily shaken off those demigods. Judgment Hugh's voice was filled with exhaustion. It's possible they are trying to play the long game, but when you were absent last time, Madame Hermit had already requested that lady to meet me by the sea. I am currently fleeing west along the Rhine River, so you don't need to worry about me for now. All right then. Adele didn't refuse. I'll make a long story short. She cleared her throat and quickly described the situation she had already prepared in her mind to everyone. In other words, while you were exploring the Abyss Whirlpool, you crossed a straight distance of several thousand nautical miles through the mysterious passage at the bottom of the whirlpool, directly arriving beneath the raging sea. While exploring a relic with a complex style, you encountered an air wall that could only be passed through using an item blessed by the Earth Mother, and you were separated inside the relic by this air wall. Alger summarized the situation simply and questioned Adele in an inquiring tone. That's roughly correct. Adele nodded. The spirit world here has been eroded by some kind of underground contamination. Any means of connecting to the spirit world, apart from the gray fog, will be corrupted. The members of the Tarot Club exchanged glances, clearly sensitive to the word, contamination. Contamination from the cosmos had already caused one member of the Tarot Club to temporarily lose contact, and now, another member was surrounded by underground contamination. I suspect this might be some arrangement by the Earth Mother. She wished for me to come here to do something, which is why she provided me with the means to pass through the barrier. Adele voiced her conjecture, then turned to Audrey. The cooperation between Sister Vesper and me was facilitated by you. When you made the transaction with the Church of the Earth Mother using this, did the other party mention any similar terms? No. Audrey replied affirmatively. The other party did not describe any similar requirements to me. Then, do you remember which saint conducted the transaction with you? Moon Emlyn suddenly interjected. It was Saint Demur. Audrey answered. Saint Demur. Emlyn's expression was somewhat confused, seemingly pondering the meaning of the name repeatedly. Finally, he recalled a section of the Holy Scriptures and asked Audrey. Demur the pallbearer. It was no wonder he only reacted now. The number of church texts passed down over thousands of years was far greater than imagined. There were dozens of biographies just for the saints, and countless related texts. Ordinary citizens usually only read the Holy Scriptures recording the deeds of the God they worship, perhaps adding a biography of a diocesan bishop at most. A saint stationed far away in Fenaport, like this one, naturally had pitifully low recognition within Lowen. Even Emlyn, who had previously been forced to read by Father Utravsky, primarily understood the knowledge recorded within the Holy Scriptures and was truly unfamiliar with the matters of his new, unseen colleague. Yes, that's the person. Audrey asked somewhat strangely, is there a problem? If I recall correctly, she should be a divine favorer. Emlyn answered hesitantly. When I learned about her previously, I didn't know the meaning of her title. Even after I later learned the names of the demigods on the Earth pathway, I didn't connect her title with the sequence name. He had previously communicated with the members of the Tarot Club, informing them that the Earth Mother Church had two major systems, Divine Favorer, and Divine Blessed. Any decision made by a Divine Favorer must be endorsed by at least one Divine Blessed to be effective. After Emlyn finished speaking, he cast an inquiring look at Audrey, the meaning contained within being self-evident. Did you confirm whether the other party's decision was valid? Of course, there was also a Divine Blessed present at the time, Hector, known as the Mother Goddess's Scythe. He is a reaper of the Hunter pathway, and the document was co-signed by him and Matriarch Roland. Audrey nodded. Of course, she couldn't forget something that Mr. Fool had specifically instructed. Emlyn and Leonard exchanged glances, and a trace of complex emotion suddenly appeared in their eyes. This was news I originally planned to mention at next week's Tarot Club meeting. Leonard took over. Mr. Moon received word a few days ago that the Mother Goddess's Blessed, Hector, has gone missing. That Divine Blessed went missing. Hugh immediately became alert. Although the other party was only a Sequence 5 Reaper, with the addition of a sealed artifact, he was at least at the level of an archbishop, making the possibility of him being directly killed low. In the current relatively peaceful period, such a disappearance was highly likely due to a problem with the pathway itself or involvement in some high-level scheme. Regardless of the possibility, it could impact Audrey's plans. As her friend, Hugh couldn't help but look at Audrey with some concern. Audrey's expression instantly became serious. Is the news accurate? Leonard nodded heavily. So, can you recall more carefully whether Hector had any issues at that time? At least at my level, I found no problems. Audrey replied with certainty. Whether before or after, I took every confirmation measure available to me. With her insight as a Sequence 3 spectator pathway Beander, it was impossible for her to be fooled by simple mind control, marionette techniques, or anything else, so she made a firm judgment. Even a disguise created by an angel of Hermes's level, I would absolutely be able to detect the abnormality. But, is there a possibility? The hanged man, who had been listening for a long time, hesitated for a rare moment before voicing his conjecture. The other party didn't use a disguise at all, but directly manufactured another, Hector. After taking the future to eliminate the psychology alchemists last time and spending time with Frank Lee, Hangman Alger felt that his line of thinking was starting to shift in strange directions. If it were an angel specializing in this, would it be possible to create a similar existence? For example, Matriarch Roland, who co-signed the document. Even Matriarch Roland cannot achieve this. Emlyn denied it. The mother pathway can use life alchemy to create living people at Sequence 4, but that is limited to ordinary people. The abilities of the subsequent sequences, Pallbearer and Desolate Matriarch, do not lean toward creating life but focus more on decomposition and desolation. Perhaps an angel of the mother pathway cannot do it. Alger said slowly and deliberately. However, among the pathways originating from the cosmos, there is indeed an angel who can achieve this, and you should be very familiar with her. How is that possible? Emlyn instinctively wanted to refute, only to find himself unable to utter the next words. His voice trembled. The hanged man's conjecture was too shocking. Even a person like him, who didn't highly value tradition, was somewhat flustered. Swallowing hard, he asked with difficulty. Are you referring to the Duke, sir? The three remaining Sanguine Dukes, whether it was Eclipse Violet, Full Moon Ulmer, or Crescent Tesla, were all Sequence 2 life-givers specializing in life alchemy. Theoretically, they could indeed create artificial beyonders that even a spectator saint could not find flaws in. If necessary, they could even manufacture entire teams of pseudo-demigods. No matter how you look at it, this idea is too crazy. The star Leonard said with a wry smile. In fact, the hanged man himself had once served within the system, so he naturally knew how daring his conjecture was. If even the Pope were corrupted by power from the cosmos, the Church should have fallen into chaos long ago. Moreover, if the Pope, who maintained direct contact with the Mother, had an issue, the Mother should have reacted. Unless the Earth Mother herself has also been corrupted. Audrey's face turned pale from shock, devoid of any color. It wasn't just Audrey, this conjecture caused everyone at the table to turn pale. Why the Earth Mother, who was a victor, would suddenly suffer severe contamination, and what problems this contamination would cause, were unknowns to everyone present. But the Earth Mother showed plenty of humanity in that solidified Twilight world. According to the acting method, doesn't that suggest her condition is still good? Adele hadn't fully recovered her wits and was only asking mechanically. Alger glanced at her and said meaningfully. Does plenty of humanity truly count as a good condition for an ancient god? Hearing this, Adele was startled. Although she was above the gray fog, she still felt as though her back was drenched in cold sweat. This matter still requires further confirmation. In any case, cooperation with the Earth Mother Church has temporarily concluded. Let's return to Miss Empress's problem for now. Seeing the members of the Tarot Club utterly shocked by this conjecture, Hangman Alger lightly coughed, pulling the topic back to Adele's request for aid. Currently, the Earth Mother Church has not exposed any issues. Of course, if something like this truly happened, the fact that we found evidence would itself be very problematic. Since the Earth Mother Church might have problems, we must re-evaluate the situation. During the subsequent exploration process, the hanged man and I will follow up directly through the gray fog. Audrey quickly calmed down and began helping Adele analyze the situation. The matter concerning the Earth Mother Church certainly made her feel frustrated, but she had already prepared herself mentally for such possibilities when engaging with high-level powerhouses, which made her appear much more relaxed than the other members of the Tarot Club. Of course, you need to seize the timing yourself. I don't think you would be foolish enough to pray to Mr. Fool, or to me and Miss Justice, in front of Katerina. Hanged Man Alger added. Naturally. Adele nodded. However, my personal strength might not be sufficient in this ruin. If I continue exploring like this, the margin for error will be very low. That is indeed a problem. Hermit Catlia thought for a moment. Do you still have enough materials over there to perform how many rituals? If I don't get new materials, it can support me going above the gray fog a maximum of 3 times. Adele made a rough estimate. However, my sailors should be able to deliver supplies soon. Items with spirituality content below a certain standard value are not restricted by that air wall. If your potion has been digested, I can give you the main ingredient for the next potion as well, allowing you to advance right now. Catlia adjusted her glasses. Although a demoness advancing to sequence 6 won't cause a qualitative change in your abilities, every increase in strength now will greatly increase your chance of survival. Have you finished digesting your potion? Miss Judgment asked with concern. Almost. Adele answered truthfully. Although she hadn't had many opportunities to act, the results of acting, whether with the sailors or with Rayleigh, had been quite successful, giving her significant feedback. Then let's settle on that. After you leave, find a safe place and advance immediately. I will constantly monitor your mental state through the gray fog, so you don't need to worry about losing control. Audrey formally finalized the decision. You are not a weapon master. Even if we send you some mystical item through the gray fog, you won't be able to truly integrate it into your combat system in a short time, and that's not a good thing for a mid-sequence Beander like you. Chapter 272, The Demoness of Pleasure's Exploration. Besides these, is there anything else I need to be aware of? Adele thanked them, then continued to question the group. This scene feels somewhat familiar. Son, Derek recalled the advice Hanged Man gave him when he went out to explore the ruins with the chief. Don't look at what you shouldn't look at, don't listen to what you shouldn't listen to, don't eat what you shouldn't eat, and don't investigate what you shouldn't investigate. He directly quoted the Hanged Man's original words. Audrey noticed that Adele's polite smile held a hint of awkwardness. Alas, Son had the chief by his side during his exploration, but now Adele had to figure things out for herself, making that previously useful advice meaningless to her. Audrey sighed and said to Adele, first, find a place to advance, then use that location as your base point to explore inward little by little. Return to the contact point regularly to communicate with Katerina. Alger added, starting now, every 6 hours, contact Justice and me through the gray fog for a private exchange, giving a brief introduction of your situation and status. Alger added, I can now exert a slight influence on you through this mysterious space, including but not limited to directly dropping a lightning storm onto your location. However, my ability is limited to making the lightning deviate slightly from your position, so it might still affect you. Judge the timing of your prayer to me carefully. I understand. In that case, I will return to reality now to prepare to receive the advancement potion. Adele nodded. Thank you all for your help. Ending the temporary gathering, Adele returned to reality. After confirming there were no disturbances around her, she quickly rearranged the ritual requesting the bestowal. After successively receiving the silk gland of an adult widow giant spider, 5 grams of mummy ash, a small bottle of black mandrake juice, the residual hair of a succubus, and the powder of crushed phenoport flies, Adele took out the succubus's eye she had snatched from the Esco family's territory from her coat pocket. Looking at the pile of potion ingredients that were awful in every sense of the word, Adele's expression was complex. This is the most disgusting potion ingredient I know, bar none. Adele tried hard not to let her gaze drift toward the bottle of phenoport flies, which weren't crushed very finely and still vaguely showed fragmented parts. Perhaps only frogs would like to eat this. Adele sighed heavily, found a pot in the room, and after confirming through divination that the water source was safe, began brewing the sequence 6 potion. Unlike the meticulous calculations required when preparing her previous potions, Adele was quick this time. After all, the main ingredients were a pair of eyes and a gland, unlike blood-based potions that required careful volume control. Dropping the main ingredients into the pot, Adele quickly saw the potion undergo a dramatic change. Originally, the base ingredients for the demoness of pleasure looked terrible: fly powder, mummy ash, and large clumps of demoness hair twisted together like snakes. As these things soaked in 100 milliliters of pure water, Adele even suspected she heard the remains of the flies swelling up. But as soon as Adele added the main ingredients to the pot, the messy mixture quickly melted, emitting clouds of mist that refracted rainbow light. A strange fragrance rushed into Adele's nostrils, giving her a strong and absurd impulse to gulp down the potion immediately. Adele did not resist the impulse. She picked up the inner container, whose lacquer was slightly peeling and which had originally been sealed inside an iron shell for a purpose Adele didn't know, brought the vessel to her lips, and drank the pure black potion in one go. Completely unlike the awful raw ingredients, the taste of the demoness of pleasure utterly exceeded Adele's imagination. Not only was there no disgusting flavor, but instead, there was an intoxicating sweetness, as if she had just drunk not the remnants of a demoness, a spider, flies, and a mummy, but rather high-quality Phenaport rose honey. Adele felt her entire body relax. The smooth honey-like liquid seemed not to pass through her esophagus, but rather seeped slowly throughout her body like plant roots. Small cuts on her body healed at a visible rate. Upon closer inspection, delicate white threads seemed to hook across the edges of the wounds, stitching them together. Pleasure struck her brain like lightning, leaving her mind blank, filled only with images of her time with Vianata. The experiences of being male and being female multiplied each other, amplifying the sensation untold times, accelerating her blood flow, and making her breathing heavy. Unidentifiable whispers, similar in tone to the happy gasps of herself and Vianata, reached her ears. Although the sound was pleasant, it was chilling. That was the mysterious voice that had appeared in her mind when she previously advanced to demoness, but which had been dispelled by Mr. Fool. Adele knew that this was the evil god at the end of her pathway, the primordial demoness. She is resurrected. She is awakened. They have come. She is resurrected. She is awakened. They have come. She is resurrected. She is awakened. They have come. The instant she heard that eerie voice, Adele felt the blood vessels in her temples suddenly burst. This was not a metaphor, as blood truly streamed down her cheeks. White threads surged from her wounds, quickly stitching them closed, yet every time the voice sounded, it snapped the white threads, revealing the viscous, bloody flesh beneath. Adele fell from the chair, rolling back and forth agonizingly on the ground, her coat covered in dust and moss. Just then, she felt a soothing power act upon her through the gray fog, and Miss Audrey's voice sounded in her mind. A giant dragon with pearly white scales landed gracefully on the island of her consciousness, stirring up colossal waves of pure mental blockage, isolating the island from the astral world, and severing the deadly whispers. It took a long while for Adele to recover from the chaos. With residual blood still on her face, she hastily wiped it away and sincerely praised Mr. Fool in her heart. Although she looked extremely disheveled and her spirituality was still in a state of flux due to the recent advancement, the sense of power emanating from within her body made her realize with joy that she had successfully completed the advancement and became a sequence 6 inches demoness of pleasure. Compared to the sequence 7 witch, the demoness of pleasure gained a new ability, manufacturing threads. Unlike the demoness's previous ability to control hair growth, Adele could now create white threads, either illusory or real, at any point around her body to bind opponents. The former could bind spirits, causing a slight disconnect between the target's mind and body, and was effective against ghosts and wraiths. The latter could act directly on the opponent's body, hindering their movements. The further the thread generation point was from her body, the slower the threads were produced. Beyond 20 meters, the threads could no longer be generated freely at any point, but could only originate from the Beander's body and spread outward. Furthermore, she felt her figure had become more graceful, and any minor flaws she previously possessed had vanished. Even without a mirror, she could sense the destructive power her current appearance held over both heterosexual and homosexual individuals. Concurrently, the secondary physical refinement also included a deeper understanding of human anatomy, allowing her to better grasp what sensations an opponent would feel when certain points were touched, thus finding physiological weaknesses. This was somewhat similar to the Reaper's method of finding weaknesses in a mystical sense, but clearly distinct. Her abilities from the Demoness sequence were also fully enhanced. The weight of the ice she could create had increased nearly fourfold. Her control over black magic and preparation speed had significantly increased. Now, even in combat, she could flexibly use various forms of black magic to assist in the fight, making her combat style much more bizarre and unpredictable. After completing the advancement, Adele did not continue exploring. Instead, she circled the room's perimeter, repeatedly confirming that this area, which appeared to be a residential district, held no other dangers. However, a mysterious attraction seemed to exist in the depths of this area, making Adele constantly and involuntarily want to leave the residential district and walk deeper inside. Looking toward the center of the island, she could see a huge 4-story building surrounded by other structures, nearly 3 times larger than the Esco family headquarters shared by Adele and Vianata. Unlike the surrounding buildings that had decayed with time, this structure strangely remained pristine, featuring white painted walls and bright blue glass, resembling a massive hotel. The hotel's foundation had surged upward, lifting the entire structure, along with the beach in the center of the hotel complex, forming an area dozens of meters higher than its surroundings. This might be the attraction Katerina mentioned, the one originating from the depths of the Beander characteristic. Does that mean the Fountain of Youth is likely hidden deep within that hotel? Adele made her judgment based on logic, but she had absolutely no intention of exploring it herself. In the dilapidated residential area, Adele found a bathtub filled with water. After confirming it was safe, she quickly attended to her personal hygiene. If she appeared too disheveled, she might not pass Katerina's inspection. If Katerina became suspicious of her appearance and questioned her, Adele was skeptical whether the barrier could truly block the ability to see through lies, and she neither wanted nor dared to test it. First, I should collect some text from the periphery and give it to Wendy to see if she can decipher the ancient language here. Adele quickly made up her mind. She found a fountain pen in a drawer. Although the capillary tube used for drawing ink had rotted, Adele still took the pen, carefully polished the nib to remove the grime, dipped it in ink, and transcribed all the recognizable symbols that looked like text. She quickly filled 3 large sheets of paper. Unlike the paper stored in the cupboard, much of the material bearing text was already damaged. Even if Adele wanted to collect it, it wouldn't survive long-distance transport. Otherwise, it would be easier just to hand the books directly to Wendy. In fact, even the well-preserved paper was now extremely fragile, looking as if it could disintegrate at any moment. During this time, Adele also discovered many locked doors. Adele tried knocking, but there was no response, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. Some of the doors could be pried open directly with her sleeve dagger, but others were perfectly sealed. In front of those perfectly sealed doors, the dark soil was unusually fertile, supporting lush plants, many of which Adele had never even seen before. It seemed the soil there had become exceptionally rich for some reason. Adele had absolutely no desire to find out why and immediately left the area, leaving only the plants with blood-red leaves swaying slightly in the calm air. I don't know if it's my imagination, but I keep feeling like this area is especially dangerous. Adele wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and quickly returned to the room where she had advanced. Looking at the familiar walls, her mood calmed down slightly. Although it was quiet, unlike the forest in the Twilight Country, Adele constantly felt a cold breeze being blown onto her back, which made her quite uncomfortable. In terms of terror and oppression, this lush tropical island was clearly much friendlier than the Twilight Country, which contained no plants except for the ash trees saturated by the light of dusk. Yet, the fear this island instilled in Adele was no less intense than when she was chased by the river of eternal darkness in the memory of the fallen god of combat within the Twilight Country. During her recent exploration, she roughly confirmed that about half of the houses in the residential area she was in could be opened, and the contents showed clear signs of having been soaked in water. However, these rooms contained no information about the owners, not even a single bone. The rooms were unusually clean. Adele nervously fiddled with the sleeve dagger in her hand, continuing her search for clues. Although she didn't understand the ancient language left behind here and had no idea what she was looking for, she feared that if she didn't keep doing something, she would go completely mad from the escalating suspicion and fear. I shouldn't be this impatient. What is wrong with me? Adele looked confusedly at everything before her. The various items she had collected were piled up into a small mountain. she had just been trying to pick out potential clues from the heap. Is this the island's influence? Adele pondered. A disaster seemed to have occurred here, perhaps the exceptionally fertile soil was the remains of the victims. But for an assassin, these remains shouldn't cause this level of fear. The feeling was less like terror and more like dissonance, as if she had overlooked something. What did I overlook? Adele thought carefully, her gaze shifting back and forth with the door panels creaking in the wind. Chapter 273, Rules and Weird Tales. After agonizing for a while longer, Adele decided to leave the area. It was impossible to discover anything by continuing the investigation here, and she didn't dare to venture rashly into the core area without understanding the new information. Therefore, she could only return to the place where she had separated from Wendy based on her memory. 2 hours had passed since she was sucked in by the air wall. Katerina had already returned and informed the sailors on the ship. Now, she, Tracy, and Wendy were here directing the sailors to bring the supplies Adele would need during this period onto the island. Seeing Adele appear on the other side of the wall, Wendy hurriedly ran forward, wanting to communicate with Adele, but was stopped by Tracy's outstretched hand. Tracy remained vigilant, with clusters of black flames rising around her body. She loudly asked Adele, "When you last saw me, whom did I tell you to look for in Intis?" Adele stopped, calmly replying, "Annie told me to go to Intis to find Irene." "No problem." Only then did Tracy let the flames around her disappear and walk up to the air wall. "We might have to stay here for a long time this time. Are your pirates going to be okay?" Adele also walked over and asked Tracy with concern. "It's hard to say. A demoness's control over her fleet is entirely based on her presence. So, in a month at most, if I still can't contact them, they are very likely to mutiny." Tracy looked worried. "I did say I might have to leave the fleet for a period this time, but if the time is too long, those guys might do anything." Adele nodded in deep agreement. A demoness's control over her subordinates is based on her Beyonder abilities. Aside from staunch loyalists like Annie who followed Tracy from the start, loyalty is not really a factor. In other words, as long as Tracy remains by their side, maintaining a powerful and beautiful image, the pirates under her command are her loyal hounds. They bite whoever Tracy tells them to bite. However, as soon as Tracy is absent or loses her combat capability in front of them, they absolutely will not miss such an opportunity. "I'm also worried about Vianata," Adele sighed. "And that child, her problem is very serious. So you need to find a way to open this thing quickly." Tracy reached out and tapped the barrier. "We will provide you with assistance regarding mystical knowledge here." Adele nodded, then turned to Wendy. "I found many strangely styled buildings inside, and within them, I found the ancient script you mentioned before. The original carriers were either too bulky to transport or had been submerged and damaged by water, so I only selectively transcribed a portion." As Adele spoke, she carefully pulled out the notes she had transcribed inside the houses and handed them to Wendy. The paper, devoid of spirituality, easily passed through the invisible barrier and landed in Wendy's hand. "These texts were inscribed at the entrance of almost every building," Adele added. "I suspect these rules must be very important." "Wait." Halfway through her sentence, Adele was suddenly startled, realizing the source of the persistent sense of incongruity she had been feeling. "I clearly don't recognize the characters on that notice, so why do I feel like they are rules?" Looking at Wendy and Tracy, they seemed completely unaware of this anomaly and were reading the transcribed texts on their own. Could it be that, in their eyes, those documents are also rules, and that's why they didn't notice anything unusual about me? Adele secretly glanced at Katerina, found that she also had no reaction, and then breathed a sigh of relief, continuing to wait anxiously for Wendy's interpretation results. Adele was nervous while anticipating the result, but Wendy, who was doing the interpreting, was equally nervous. As someone who had just learned that she had never left her hometown, only that her hometown had undergone thousands of years of change and was no longer what it once was, it was difficult to determine whether Wendy's attitude toward news from the original world contained more anticipation or more fear. She unfolded the paper, on which Adele's handwriting was neat. Although Adele did not know how to write English and had only copied the characters, Wendy easily deciphered the content. "Notice to all members of the Bimini Islands." Wendy translated the content aloud while quickly transcribing it onto paper. "Thank you to all citizens for supporting the official work of the islands. Currently, the island's region is in a critical stage of disease control. All citizens are requested to cooperate actively. 1. The disease is particularly severe at the Hilton Hotel and surrounding areas. This area is designated the core area, and other areas are designated the peripheral areas. 2. To better control the disease, the core area will remain permanently sealed. All personnel are strictly forbidden from entering or observing the internal situation. 3. If you wish to contact relatives residing in the core area, you are strictly forbidden from entering the core area without authorization. Please proceed to the duty personnel headquarters for assistance. 4. Buildings surrounding the core area include the Walmart supermarket, garden community, duty personnel headquarters, and Bimini Hospital. No other buildings exist. 5. If you see any building other than those listed above, please repeatedly remind yourself that the building does not exist and voluntarily proceed to the hospital for treatment. 6. If someone mentions a non-existent building to you, especially the observatory, please quickly distance yourself and report the incident to the duty corps. 7. If you find strange personnel in the core area whose necks and heads are completely covered by hats, clothing, or masks, immediately keep your distance. You are strictly forbidden from engaging in any conflict with them or pulling on the clothing covering their faces. Immediately report the incident to the duty corps and follow the instructions of the duty personnel. 8. If you accidentally see the face of the strange personnel, voluntarily report it to the duty personnel, stop thinking about the matter, and follow the arrangements of the duty personnel. 9. If you are inside a building surrounding the core area, please follow the rules of that building. 10. If you accidentally enter the core area, please act according to the special convention published by the authorities. This sounds like a list of precautions issued by the officials of that time. After Wendy finished translating, Adele frowned in thought. Considering the situation around this sea area, is the so-called disease the source of the underground pollution? Tracy voiced her judgment. The people at that time made all sorts of attempts to resist the pollution, but they still failed, eventually sinking into the ground along with the city and becoming the current source of contamination. In fact, I have similar suspicions. Adele looked at Katerina, who did not seem to object. Then, judging by the texts you just transcribed from the other areas, you should currently be located at the ruins of the garden community mentioned in the description. Wendy nodded, recorded the previous conjecture on paper, and then continued to analyze the information within the rules. According to the description in the rules, strange, face-covered humans might emerge from the core area, although a long time has passed, considering that the interior of this region might conceal a main material that is at least sequence 3 Demoness of Undying, we cannot completely rule out the possibility of you directly encountering the strangely behaving individuals mentioned in the rules. Wendy continued, and the faces of these strange personnel might have changed due to the contamination. Directly looking at the contamination or recognizing the other party will worsen a person's level of contamination. When the contamination level is high enough, one sees the so-called observatory. She used an uncertain tone at the end, indicating that this was merely her conjecture. It sounds strange, but in a world where Beyonder powers exist, we consider this normal. Katerina subtly indicated that she also agreed with this conjecture. The problem now is that we don't know how terrifying the thing they feared is now. Tracy suggested, after all, we don't know how many thousands of years have passed between the era when the announcement was issued and our current era. How much damage did the contamination cause back then? Did it completely disappear or weaken with the passage of time, or did it strengthen by devouring the people of the entire city? We have no way of knowing. Following the style of the Demoness sect, they should have charmed a group of cannon fodder to scout the area, at least to first figure out whether the entities here could be directly resolved relying on individual martial strength. However, now Adele was the only person left in the area, and there was only one chance, making similar tests impossible. To be safe, I will avoid conflict as much as possible. Adele nodded in agreement, though her words lacked confidence. After all, she didn't even know the channel of contamination. If merely looking at something could contaminate her, she could only pray that, after thousands of years, the members of the core area were still wearing their masks properly, just as described. Then, we will contact you again in 6 hours. Katerina signaled the surrounding sailors to divide the supplies brought from the ship into 2 portions, one placed inside the air wall and one kept outside, and then instructed Adele. Madam Pili, can you find a way to contact the outside world? Adele hesitated for a moment but still asked Katerina, both Trassus forces and mine cannot be left unattended for long periods. I still have Vianata looking after things on my end, but Annie is currently working with Vianata, and I worry that something might go wrong with the Black Death. You don't need to worry about her side. Katerina said indifferently, they are pirates anyway. If they dare to revolt, we can just kill them all when we get out and find new ones. She used a common saying from Rosal's era. Although finding a three-legged toad is not that difficult for a demoness, there are indeed plenty of two-legged people. All right. Adele didn't dare to ask anything further. She was originally worried about Vianata and wanted to inquire indirectly under the guise of Trassus concerns, but Katerina completely ignored the hint, so she could only reluctantly give up. Wendy and Tracy will remain here. If you find an area with a new notice posted in the meantime, do not enter rashly. First, transcribe the notice there, then return here and wait for Wendy to translate it for you. Katerina continued, I will return to the ship first. But you must remember, whether things go smoothly or not, we will sail back in a week, so you must hurry up. I understand, Madam Pili. Adele took the notebook that Wendy tossed over. The translated precautions were written on it in Lonis. Wendy had thoughtfully included the English and Lonis equivalents of the few important landmarks mentioned inside, making it easier for Adele to search later. After realizing that the air wall could not be opened anytime soon, Katerina appeared quite relaxed and was no longer as attentive to the others. After all, even if Gegran really showed up and kidnapped Tracy as a hostage, the Beander characteristic she wanted wasn't in Trassus' hands. Advancing to Sequence 3 required not only that Beander characteristic but also the marrow produced at the center of the Fountain of Youth and a large amount of spring water near the spring's eye as ritual aids. Therefore, even if Gegran snatched the mystical item made from the Demoness of Undying characteristic in Katerina's possession, she still wouldn't be able to advance. The premise of kidnapping a hostage is that the ransom the kidnapper wants is in the hands of the party being blackmailed. Katerina couldn't give Gegran what she wanted, so Gegran kidnapping Tracy would only be a blunder, needlessly exposing herself to Katerina. Previously, Katerina kept Tracy, Wendy, and Adele by her side because she didn't know that the Fountain of Youth water was sealed within the barrier, fearing that Gegran might use some means to get ahead of her. But now that she knew it was almost impossible for Gegran to obtain the spring water, the initiative instantly returned to her hands. Taking a step back, even if Gegran truly managed to deceive her, reached the final step, and occupied the Fountain of Youth water, she could still sink the ironclad ship, hide in the shadows, and then launch a sneak attack when Gegran had no choice but to advance, killing Gegran directly during the ritual. Adele was also very clear about this, but she was even clearer about what she couldn't do. Adele's feelings toward Gegran were currently very complex. Originally, she only knew that she was Miss Audrey's informant placed within the Demoness sect. Because of this, she felt very indebted to Gegran, her superior who was usually lazy but was surprisingly good to her at critical moments, so she was especially diligent in demonstrating her loyalty in front of Gegran. However, after Katerina arrived, Adele realized that not only was she a double agent, but her superior Gegran was one too, and she was rebelling even more thoroughly than Adele. Adele had only intended to gather some information on the Demoness sect to report back, but Gegran's ultimate goal was direct revenge against the primordial Demoness. Recalling the previous scenes, Adele felt like her toes could already dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of the floor. A double agent subordinate vigorously professing loyalty to her double agent superior. Adele resisted the urge to cover her face. Gegran, oh Gegran, I beg you, please don't show up this time. If you really appear before me, even if Katerina doesn't kill me, I'll die of embarrassment myself. Adele sighed heavily, found jerky and fresh water among the supplies brought by the sailors, quickly satisfied her hunger, and walked toward the garden community again. Half an hour after separating from Wendy, Adele returned to the location of the garden community. Earlier, she hadn't paid special attention to her surroundings, but returning here for the second time, she observed things more carefully than before. Wendy had pointed out to her the archaic spellings of place names like hospital and duty center. Before finding the rules, she had to ensure she wouldn't step into a new area carelessly. Although this community had suffered severe damage, the original orderly planning could still be discerned from the weathered architectural ruins. Giant plants grew out from the middle of the buildings, snapping the structures in half, leaving the damaged parts suspended in the air by tree trunks, resembling nests. However, Adele was certain that the last time she was here, the thick tree trunk supporting the severed half of the building definitely did not have pale yellow strips hanging from it like it did now. Those pale yellow strips were caught on the barbs of the tree trunk surrounding the building. When the wind blew, they swayed gently, knocking against each other with soft clicking sounds. They were desiccated human bodies. Adele had only been gone for 2 hours, yet they had been strung up on the branches like food prepared by a massive shrike. Similar signs were not confined to the buildings. Piles of damaged bodies were also stacked along the neatly planned roadsides. Some were brittle and yellowish-brown like the desiccated corpses, others were relatively fresher and still retained elasticity, and some looked as if they had just died recently. What the hell? Since becoming a demoness, Adele hadn't sworn in a long time. In fact, even when he was male, he was a polite person, and there weren't many things that could make her swear. But faced with the current scene, no one could remain indifferent. This wasn't something a disease could accomplish, it looked more like the site of a sacrificial ritual performed by insane, out-of-control cultists. Adele frowned. Even the demoness sect, as a cult organization, generally wouldn't organize bloody rituals focused on cruelty. They focused more on the disaster itself rather than the means of creating it. This was still within the scope of the garden community, yet the situation had suddenly become much more severe. Adele took out her gold-cased pocket watch and checked it, confirming that her internal sense of time was not confused. The current time was 6 o'clock in the morning, constant time. By now, she had been awake for 32 hours. Although the demoness of pleasure provided her with robust physical capabilities, she still couldn't treat staying up late as lightly as Britain did. Adele knew that in 24 hours at most, if she couldn't get adequate rest, her mental state would likely start deteriorating. Knowing the importance of maintaining her own condition, Adele quickly made a decision. After checking this area again, she would immediately return to Wendy, rest for 4 hours, and then continue exploring, making sure to return to Wendy's side before 4 o'clock the next morning. This timing was deliberate. She didn't know if the anomalies here occurred periodically, so she used a full day as a boundary, ensuring she wouldn't be inside the scene when a change occurred. Pinching the back of her hand, Adele gathered her spirits and continued exploring deeper into the community. She found a map inscribed at the entrance of the community. Although she didn't recognize many of the characters, she found the addresses that Wendy had annotated for her. The garden community was situated on relatively high ground. From here, she could directly see most of the buildings marked on the map, including the Walmart supermarket and the duty personnel headquarters. Adele thought for a moment, first copying the map, and then following the overgrown road toward the duty personnel headquarters. According to Wendy's description, this duty squad was likely the professionals responsible for handling contamination at the time, and their ruins might hold clues to finding the source of everything. Adele walked alone on the street, vigilant of everything around her. Most of the mystical items on her were still unusable, which made her feel uneasy. However, she suppressed her negative emotions as much as possible and walked forward in silence. She passed the room where she had rested earlier and found the door was locked. No one knew who, or what, had locked it. The further she walked, the stickier and damper the air became, as if the gloomy fog of Backland's factory district had appeared here, crossing time and space. The mist was transparent and didn't obstruct her vision, yet it refracted the sunlight at different angles, making the area ahead colorful and vibrant, like walking through an innocent child's dream. Not far from the community, she could see the low-lying duty personnel headquarters. Looking down from the hillside path, the tiles on the circular duty personnel headquarters reflected light like water ripples, resembling a shallow, wide vertical well. It would take a long time to circle down the path. Adele looked at her surroundings and decided to take a shortcut. White spider silk extended from around her, quickly hooking onto the surrounding trees, pulling her body forward at high speed. She floated through the lush thickets, leaving the lifeless community behind. She glided and swooped close to the ground, feeling her blood rush to her head under the force of gravity. However, she quickly adapted to the sensation, adjusted her posture midair, and landed steadily on the ground in front of the duty center. She cautiously looked around, and only after confirming there was no ambush did Adele slightly relax, beginning to search the vicinity for anything resembling rules or regulations. Just then, she saw light. At first, it was scattered points of light hidden in the mist, which then quickly converged at the wellhead. By the time Adele, at the bottom of the well, realized what was happening, the light had formed a mighty torrent, causing everyone who saw it to feel a strange, intrinsic sensation, a feeling of apocalypse descending. The color of the light was between red and blue, flickering rapidly between the two hues. They flowed along irregular trajectories, but their final destination was the valley floor of this duty center. This sensation was beyond Adele's realm of imagination. She stared blankly at the phosphorescence converging on the valley floor from all directions. The light that erupted in that instant even obscured the sky. Everywhere she looked, there was only light. Plants grew wildly at an unimaginable speed, twisting and tangling together, emitting the same light as the torrent. The torrent of phosphorescence engulfed Adele, and she quickly lost consciousness completely. Simultaneously, outside the air barrier, Wendy and Tracy, and on the ship, Katerina and the other demonesses, also witnessed the flow of light. The originally lush primeval jungle instantly lost its color, and the colors flowed like water into the valley floor inside the barrier. That shimmering, amorphous color slowly flowed along the ridge, glittering in the pale shadows cast by trees and rocks. Objects swallowed by the torrent of color emitted the same light as the torrent. They shook violently as if struck by a gale, and deformed organs grew on their bodies. "Hurry up!" Tracy dared not stay. She scooped up Wendy, tied her to her back with silk threads, and quickly rushed toward the intensely sunny beach. Her method of acceleration was similar to Adele's, but faster. Wendy didn't resist, only staring blankly at the distant barrier, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. In that instant, she understood without reason that she might have lost her first, and perhaps last, precious chance to return to her homeland. Although that opportunity was likely accompanied by death, the sheer stimulus still made her sob softly. The surging colors flowed behind the two women toward the interior of the barrier, leaving turbulent whirlpools in the middle of the shadows. Although the colors exposed to direct sunlight melted like snow, forming invisible vapor, the converging colors still rushed onward ceaselessly. The sunlight here was not the cause of color perception, but the cause of its elimination. Just as the last of the colors surged into the low valley, Tracy and Wendy stopped on the exposed beach, panting heavily. Wendy felt warm liquid running down her face and prepared to wipe it away. However, what she wiped away were not tears, but tiny spheres. Wendy's face instantly turned pale. This was not a figure of speech, but a genuine loss of color. Spherical, teardrop-shaped objects clung to her hand, formed by a cluster of embryonic organisms wrapping around Wendy's tears. Before Wendy could cry out, the cluster of organisms quickly died in the sunlight, scattering into droplets that dampened her sleeve. Feeling a premonition, she quickly pulled out her pocket watch and found that one of the 4 long markers had already disappeared, and the second marker was slowly losing its color before finally vanishing. The spring water there is also problematic, Wendy muttered to herself with lingering fear. However, before she could mourn the loss of her mystical item, an exceptionally familiar feeling seized her mind. Following that feeling, Wendy stood up and looked into the distance. What met her eyes was a grayish-white forest. After the colors that had dominated the woods vanished, the entire forest turned grayish-white, slowly writhing in the sunlight. The vegetation intertwined, forming a spiraling platform that ascended. The tall trees gradually twisted, forming a giant spherical platform with a narrow slit left in the middle. Even the sunlight on Bimini Island could not dispel the profound darkness inside this area. "What is that?" Tracy's voice was trembling. Soon, she heard Wendy's equally shocked voice. "If there's nothing wrong with my eyes, that's an observatory." Adele didn't know how long it took for her to wake up. Upon waking up, she was surprised to find that she wasn't injured. Her clothes were intact, and none of her mystical items were missing. The Cosmos light on the Heart Stealer's lipstick had vanished, and it had reverted to a usable state. She blinked hard, trying to confirm what changes the light had brought about. Surprisingly, this process was much easier than she had anticipated. Everything around her had changed. The plants that had grown wildly out of the buildings were gone. The buildings had reverted to their state from thousands of years ago, covered in bloodstains, both fresh and dried. Iron containers flashing red and blue lights lay across the road. Adele judged by the wheels underneath that these must have been the mode of transportation at the time. Furthermore, the sunlight that had constantly shone on the island was gone. The sky had become gloomy and dark, making people feel exceptionally oppressed, as if the gray sky was only 2 meters above everyone's head. Where is this? Adele's eyes flickered. She found the current situation hard to adapt to. In any case, contact the Tarot Club first. Adele quickly made her decision. She rapidly chanted the honorific name of Mr. Fool, hoping Miss Justice and Mr. Hanged Man would respond to her. However, to her horror, she found that her connection with the gray fog was completely blocked. She could still sense the umbilical cord-like connection between herself and the gray fog, but she couldn't transmit any information through it. This is a bit bad now. Adele instantly felt a wave of panic. However, she quickly suppressed this panic using her excellent psychological resilience. Since things had come to this, she had no better option but to continue exploring. Just as she was about to step toward the woods, a jarring sound suddenly came from behind her, sharper and higher pitched than a train whistle. Adele turned around and saw one of those vehicles, flashing red and blue lights, speeding toward her and stopping right in front of her. The door quickly opened, and 2 people wearing thick gray vests stepped out. Using the car door for cover, they shouted something loudly at Adele. They held large handguns and carried various weapon-like objects on their backs. And Adele was astonished to realize that she could actually understand what they were saying now. "Take off your hat so we can see your face." A female officer holding a gun shouted nervously. Adele could sense her hand trembling. Not wanting a conflict, Adele slowly raised her hand and removed her soft lady's hat. "Good. Now turn around. We need to check if there's anything unusual about you." The woman continued to shout, and Adele complied. Finally, walk 8 steps toward the police car, closer to the police light. The woman relaxed slightly but remained vigilant. "If you fail to cooperate at any point, we reserve the right to use any force necessary." Adele was puzzled but obeyed, walking 8 steps toward the police car, remaining about 2 or 3 meters away from the woman. "Okay, she's clear." The officer sighed in relief, then gave her a salute that wasn't quite standard. "Temporary duty officer Chow Chow, currently performing patrol duties. You are safe now, temporarily." Chapter 275, Chow Chow and Wendy. What happened here? Adele thought for a moment before asking the female police officer named Chow Chow. "That's a good question. I'd like to know too." Chow Chow's voice was filled with annoyance. "Ever since that incident at the observatory, the entire archipelago has been messed up. A bunch of people started protesting because of the star, which then turned into violent conflict. I was originally a scholar, but I was forced to accept the conscription as a police officer on duty, and I haven't even had Boy Scout training." The observatory. Adele keenly caught this keyword. It is said that someone had an accident while observing the cosmos, and then things turned out like this. Chow Chow placed her hands on the steering wheel, her voice trembling slightly. "I don't know what happened either. Now this goddamn world refreshes my understanding of its low limit every single day." Chow Chow slammed the steering wheel hard, causing the car horn to blare a sharp noise. "I didn't want to come out, but if I didn't, I'd have to stay at the call center. People all over the island are reporting crimes, dismembered bodies are scattered everywhere, and faces are shot into a bloody mess by automatic weapons. I really can't stay in the office 24 hours a day listening to news like that." Chow Chow laughed loudly. At this moment, the police car they were driving was traveling on the Mountain Loop Road. Adele and another police officer sat in the back. The latter wore a fully obscuring helmet and had not spoken a word since getting into the car. "What is your name, citizen?" Chow Chow asked. "Where do you live? According to the manual, I can only send you home or directly to the Hilton Hotel." "Wendy, my name is Wendy Paramanthea." Adele hesitated for a moment before giving a false name. "I just arrived here recently and have no fixed residence. It seems I'll have to take you to the hotel." Chow Chow muttered. "Prepare yourself mentally, that's not a good place. But given the urgency, you have to understand our work." "I understand." Adele nodded in agreement. "By the way, have you heard of the Fountain of Youth?" "A tourist." Chow Chow glanced at her through the rearview mirror. "Of course I know. There is a tributary near the Hilton Hotel, but you cannot drink the water there." Someone will distribute supplies to you when you get to the hotel. Why? Just as Adele was about to ask something, the other police officer next to Chow Chow impatiently interrupted her. You ask too many questions. According to regulations, we cannot disclose too much information to you. Ms. Chow Chow, Adele did not stop, but continued to press the question, her face pale. How many people were accompanying you on this trip? Only me and my colleague Lucia. Before Chow Chow finished speaking, she realized why Adele had asked that question. Lucia was sitting next to Chow Chow, so who was sitting next to Adele? Adele sprang to the other corner of the police car as if electrocuted, quickly turning her gaze to the waist of the officer beside her. She had instinctively wanted to observe the other party's next move by looking at their shoulder, but she almost simultaneously remembered a rule from the garden community. If you see the obscured face of the other party, you must stop thinking about it and obey the arrangements of the personnel on duty. In other words, seeing the faces of those whose faces were obscured was dangerous. In an emergency, Adele had no choice but to look at the other party's waist. In her line of sight, the person's two legs were shockingly severely deformed, exhibiting weird reverse joints, one long and one short, covered with barbs and tumors. With almost no thought, Adele unhesitatingly twisted her waist and thrust her hip in the confined space, using the momentum of her body to deliver a fierce hook punch. Her muscles instantly tensed, and the sleeve blade tied below her wrist shot out like lightning. The blade penetrated the body of the suddenly appearing police officer beside her with almost no resistance. The opponent let out a mournful, inhuman roar. Adele felt a strong gust of wind rush toward her and quickly created a large amount of silk threads in front of her, tightly wrapping the incoming weapon. Black flames spread along the threads, burning the opponent into a black fireball. Subsequently, Adele leaned against the car door and violently kicked the opponent's gas mask. Her intention was to make the opponent's body lean backward, shatter the car window, and fall out, since the distance between them was too close. Even if she killed the opponent, she was highly likely to be contaminated. However, what Adele didn't expect was that the car window was unusually sturdy. It didn't shatter even after receiving her full force kick. Instead, the person's head hit the window and broke directly with no resistance. The hardness is wrong. Adele knew clearly that her kick just now definitely didn't have that much power, the opponent's body must have mutated. Seeing the opponent's lower body twitch for a moment before stopping, Adele used her hand to brace against the railing behind her and lightly pulled her foot back. She saw that her boot was covered with a layer of grayish-white solid liquid mixture, like sticky mud, slowly moving up the boot. It was the creature's brain. Adele felt a wave of nausea and nearly threw up. An abnormal sense of dizziness appeared in her mind, and she felt watched by some mysterious existence. She quickly stripped off her boots, threw them next to the creature's broken body, and burned them to ashes with black fire. After doing all this, Adele looked forward anxiously, considering how to explain her Beyonder power to the others. However, neither Chow Chow nor the female police officer next to her paid her any attention. They immediately slowed the car down the moment the mutation occurred, whispering something under their breath. Humans are creatures slightly taller than vehicles and extremely similar to the photos on the title page. Human eyes are never monochromatic. Human eyes can only see humans. Human heads will not have superfluous organs. I should not feel any discomfort. My fingers can be crossed, and the number on both sides is equal. My fingernails will not be longer than my fingers. Chow Chow's voice was trembling. She didn't look ahead, but lowered her head to look at her steering wheel, where a manual lay flat. At the same time, her recitation gradually grew louder, eventually becoming almost a shout. Humans are precious, lovely, loyal, brave, respectable, united, peaceful, and friendly. Humans will not always smile, nor will they always cry. Humans may be afraid, but they will never give up easily. Of course, her teammate was also reciting the same words, while quickly opening the car window and throwing out a flashbang. The powerful glare and shockwave swept through the surrounding air. Adele was astonished to find that her dizziness and nausea had disappeared, and she was no longer being spied upon by a mysterious existence. After doing all this, the officer turned her gaze back to the front window and subconsciously began to recite. My body will not have any parts that bulge or break my clothes. The human mouth can be used to eat, but only to eat humans. Before Adele could react, Chow Chow had unhesitatingly drawn the pistol from her waist and fired a shot into the officer beside her, splattering blood all over the car windows. Chow Chow seemed oblivious, staring intently at her manual while flooring the gas pedal. The police car sped forward, flashing red and blue lights. The human mouth is used for eating, but never to eat humans, and there is nothing longer than a forearm inside the mouth. Chow Chow continued reciting the text after the officer's last words, while simultaneously shouting at Adele, "If you don't want to end up like them, hurry up and recite with me." Adele briefly hesitated, but decided to follow suit. Chow Chow's voice also returned to a normal volume, and the two recited the contents of the last page of the manual one after the other. "The sky is a color that brings me peace. There will be no eyes in the sky, nor will it make me feel uneasy. I will stay away from darkness. I like red and blue lights. I will protect red and blue lights. I am protecting red and blue lights. Red and blue lights will not be extinguished in my hands. I do not believe in things I have not seen. Angels and devils are non-existent, evil, and weak. I only believe in reality. Faith is despised, backward, and ignorant." Adele hesitated when reciting this part, but Chow Chow did not notice. She fumbled on the blood-stained cabinet door with a trembling hand for a while before opening it. She took out a small object from the cabinet, divided in the middle by a plastic fluorescent panel, and threw it into the back row through the gap in the iron window between the front and back seats, instructing Adele. "Press the side to make it flash red and blue. Turn it on and then come to the front seat. Remember to close the back door. No matter what happens in the middle, never put down the light in your hand." "Okay." Adele nodded, turned on the light, making it flash red and blue. She then imitated the movements of the previous creature, opened the car door, got out, closed the rear door securely, and finally came to the front seat. Find a small yellow hardcover booklet from Lane's pocket and hold it along with the police light. Chow Chow continued to command, "Then move him out, and you sit next to me." Adele did as told, and incidentally stripped off the person's shoes and put them on herself. If you encounter anything you cannot understand, immediately open the last page and recite the contents. Remember, recite, not memorize. If you recite it incorrectly, you are wrong, just like Lucia. Understand? Chow Chow instructed, "Now get in the car, and then turn off the light in your hand to save some power. That is an identifier. Open black lens bracket. They close black lens bracket are afraid of red and blue light and will absolutely not approach it. Only when you are standing within the range of red and blue light are you trustworthy. Besides that, no matter what you see, even if it's your own mother not holding a red and blue flashing light, you have to pump a clip into her." Adele nodded. Now it seemed that no wonder the other party had just asked her to get closer to the red and blue lights above the police car, that was the reason. She opened the manual. It was a booklet made of hard orange-yellow fiber. The first page contained a group photo of 12 soldiers, and the second page contained 2 photos of soldiers, just like the female officer just killed. Chow Chow took the radio communicator from the driver's seat and began contacting headquarters. "This is Officer Chow Chow on duty. I just saved a citizen during the mission, and she passed the strobe light test. But Lucia showed signs of mutation just now and was killed by me. I am now urgently requesting that this citizen be made my co-pilot. Please arrange the test for her as soon as possible. During this time, the police car will proceed along Route C." "Understood. Please wait a moment, we will connect you immediately." The voice paused, then quickly transferred Chow Chow to the interface she had selected. "Next, the person on the phone will ask you some questions. You must answer truthfully. If any abnormality occurs during the questioning, I will have the right to shoot you." Chow Chow's expression was grave, not joking. This is decided according to the archipelago government's temporary requisition regulations. It is compliant with the procedure. When officers are conducting exploration, they must ensure there is at least one open black lens bracket normal person close black lens bracket beside them. "What happens if I pass the test?" Adele asked after a moment of silence. "You will become my new colleague, Ms. Wendy," Chow Chow replied. "Our destination is the Hilton Hotel. We need to go there to meet someone." Adele quickly assessed the situation and soon agreed to Chow Chow's request. Based on her observation, this kind-hearted officer was not a Beander. People at that time seemed to have no concept of Beander power, could not systematically master this power, and could only kill the corrupted and roughly determine whether the other party had been contaminated by the cosmos through certain rules. But you don't need to be nervous. This questionnaire is actually derived from the questionnaires used for those troublesome protesters, with most of it deleted. They have a way to determine your identity through this set of questions. Chow Chow offered a few words of comfort. Just then, a voice came through the communicator, and Chow Chow quickly handed it to Adele. Just answer truthfully. Chow Chow whispered, don't lie. They have a way to verify. Hello, esteemed citizen. You are now answering a questionnaire regarding the celestial procession movement. Those who pass the test can formally join our police force. Before that, please tell me your name and gender. The cold mechanical voice sounded. A strange feeling arose in Adele's mind, and she subconsciously wanted to do as the voice said. However, this thought was not strong, appearing exceptionally pale and weak in the face of the blessings set up by Audrey. My name is Wendy Paromanthea, and my gender is female, Adele replied. Alright, then, please answer the first question. Do you believe that the excessive behavior of the celestial procession participants is affecting the city's appearance? Please answer, yes or no. For subsequent questions, you only need to answer, yes or no. Adele looked at the mess outside the window and replied, yes. Do you approve of the military and police force's strong resistance to the celestial procession? Yes. Do you support the police's actions? Yes. Do you support the police killing murderous rioters? Yes. After receiving 4 yes answers, the person on the other end fell into an uncanny silence. Do you believe I am a participant in the celestial movement? For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.